So hopefully you see the screen, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So good morning again, everyone. Dear participants, today my last lecture for you from my part, it's about NORM, which stands for naturally occurring radioactive materials. And it's focused on norm containing waste, or for short, norm waste. Before going to the topic itself, concerning, so the next slide, concerning my previous lecture on classification, this slide is about my previous lecture, it's not about norm. And then we will go to the norm. So in the chat, because we have also online participants, not only the people from the room, you who are attending this in person, the school. It was a correct comment on the lecture on classification, because when I was speaking about overheating of the core of the reactor without cooling, about the mistake in the previous IAEA classification with the heat release, which was wrongly in print for many, many years, about 2 kilowatt per cubic meter. This is a terrible mistake, right? Then concerning the meltdown of the cores of reactors without the cooling, they would be overheating, and due to this process, they will melt everything around, and we will have this meltdown, which then can cause even the China syndrome, when a blob of melting mass is moving down and can enter into the earth and so on. So the comment was that in 3 Mile Island, the first catastrophic event with the nuclear power plants, not other reactors and so on, accident. It was a partial meltdown, actually, which is true. So there also it was the meltdown, because they lost the coolant, and because of absence of cooling, too much heat generated, temperature increased above the melting temperature of materials. And you see in this slide what? During my term in the IAEA, we were collecting the information, because its experience in management of radioactive waste after nuclear accidents, a basis for planning. And the link to this, it was published last year. It is working, the PDF file I sent to organizers, to Elena Petrova, and they are working in PDF file as well. But if you know the title, you can find it through the internet. It is a very recent publication. Because in the agency, during my term, we were collecting the information about all kinds of accidents, well known, described, and put everything. This is only a short publication about that. We collected much more information, which is available at IAEA as a draft, about what to do actually with the materials, which is waste. The material after these accidents, a lot of radioactive material is just waste. So what to do, how to manage this waste. And it's again, you see the title, here is the link in the slide, and you see, you see here what we collected. So we collected the experts from different countries, from United Kingdom about the Bean scale piles accident, which was burning the production reactor, which was producing plutonium for bombs. Some of the capsules with the fuel there started to burn. And in the popular literature is a myth that the graphite was burning. Graphite cannot burn at all. It's an unburnable material, graphite. But the capsule which were melted with aluminum, they started to burn there. So Bean scale. Then you see here 3 Mile Island accident. Very shortly in this publication we collected. So people from United States, from Savannah River National Laboratory were coming to Vienna, providing material about this accident. Then Chernobyl accident. Several experts from Chernobyl, dedicated experts who know the stuff there, they also provided information about the waste management after Chernobyl. Then you see here Fukushima, so the Japanese experts provided the information. And there is also in this publication a short chapter. It's appendix to the document itself. And you see here the catastrophic event in Kishtim in 1957, which was huge by magnitude, something like Chernobyl with the contaminated areas and so on. Then other Palomares, this one, it was when in Spain in 1966, nuclear bomb was lost. So due to an accident with the plane, so it is there. Fortunately, nothing was contaminated around. So yeah, but these that I put in red color accidents you see here in Mexico, in Brazil, and in Spain, this accident happened with sealed radioactive sources. You remember my lecture was on disused sealed radioactive sources management, and the lecture was actually on categorization of sources. So that information is all briefly, everything it is in this document. So once again, I put this information related to the previous lecture because it was a correct comment on my lecture that 3 Mile Island was also melted down, like it happened in Chernobyl and happened in Fukushima. So it was about that. So now let's move to today's lecture. So today's lecture is about norm waste. And it's a publication that, again, the link is working of a technical document actually on management of norm residues. So it's not just norm waste, actually. I will give you the definition just in seconds below. So first of all, I will start reminding you what is actually the norm. So that is the background chapter. And then we will go to the norm waste and then norm waste management and some examples. So that's the content of the lecture. But the experience on management of norm, there is quite a good IEA technical document which is focused just on this stuff. It's very important for many most of the countries actually. So because it's naturally occurring materials, they are everywhere. So let's start with the introduction. So here you see again a cover of a glossary, which IEA has published last year, so 2022, and it combined together the terms which are used both in safety and security. It's a little bit repetition of the previous IEA glossary, but it's good that everything is in one place. And from here, you see the definition. So what is naturally occurring radioactive material? So it's a radioactive material containing no significant amount of radionuclides other than naturally occurring radionuclides. So only radionuclides which exist already in the nature and no significant amounts of other, so artificial, man-made radionuclides, like maybe you remember perhaps, but doesn't matter. We can find in the environmental samples some strontium, some maybe plutonium even, maybe some cesium, which is not naturally occurring radioactive materials. It decayed long time ago, so no traces even of these radionuclides. They are man-made, artificial. So this definition says that no significant amount. But what means significant? So the exact definition of significant amount would be a regulatory decision. So the regulatory authorities in the countries, they specify what do they mean under the significant amount, so that the material is still norm, or maybe it's already radioactive waste or some radioactive material, not yet waste nevertheless. So the level of significant, so it's just a word in the definition. I noted to you that in the IAEA, often it's very difficult to give exact numbers because the particular regulatory documents are consensus documents. And it's often impossible to find an exact level which is acceptable globally in each country, because the situations are different in different countries. So let's move to the no naturally occurring radioactive materials, though that are definitely not man-made, not artificial, not. This is a natural component of the Earth, and it is everywhere. It is part of our bodies. I noted to you already carbon-14, which is used for dating of everything which is alive, of the trees, of the plants, of animals, of the humans. It is in the food, it is in the soil, it is in the building, etc. And there are two types of norm. One type it is called primordial, and another is called cosmogenic. The next slide is the tables of these two types of naturally occurring radionuclides. So you see in the table, this one is primordial. So uranium-238, uranium-235, thorium-232, then you see this potassium-40, etc. The half-life you see here, they are extremely long-lived. The question is about, in the bracket here, you see, billions of years, not millions. Now you know from the newspapers, because now it's very interesting time of investigation of cosmos, of our universe, with the James Webb telescope, the most advanced telescope, which now is working for us in investigating the universe. And you know that our universe, it is living just for almost 14 billion years, not longer. 14 billion years ago, due to this Big Bang, it started to form our universe because of the huge, like an explosion, this bang, and etc. And the lifetime of these radionuclides is of the same order. So these are remnant radionuclides. Because of that, the name is primordial. They still decay. They are not gone. Because of so long half-lives, they still decay. And if you look to uranium-235, you see here 0.7 billion years ago. So our Earth, our globe where we are living on, it was formed 4 billion years ago only. So if you take back several billion years ago, then uranium-235 content in the nature was not like here in the table 0.72%. It was much higher. It was like currently in the reactors, like PWR reactors or DBR reactors in many countries, including Russia Federation. The same content of uranium-235 was in the nature. So with the water, long time ago, several billions ago, about 2 billion years ago, in Africa, in Gabon, several reactors started to operate naturally because the water from the rainy seasons, and these seasons lasted for decades, for even hundreds of years with many rains, the water was the moderator, and because of the high content of uranium-235, in the nature started to operate nuclear reactors. They were also a part of the nature. And by the way, we see that the radionuclides didn't migrate far away from these places in Gabon and in Africa. They are all in there together with the war. So these radionuclides, because they are so long-lived, they still are in the stage of the decay, and very slowly they are disappearing because of the decay. Very long half-lives, right? And there is a second sort of naturally occurring radionuclides, which are called cosmogenic. So they are continuously formed because of the action of cosmic radiation. Our Earth, our atmosphere, is continuously bombarded by the cosmic radiation, which is creating through nuclear reactions radionuclides like carbon-14, which is a long-lived one, or tritium in the atmosphere. Here in the table you see beryllium, and it's creating, by the way, muons. Muons in the atmosphere are created due to the action of cosmic radiation. And you can recall, some of you who passed the nuclear courses, that muons are something like short-lived electrons, but much heavy. So they have the masses 200 times higher, the more heavy, and they pass very, very well in contrast to electrons through everything. So if we'll put a field under our feet, then and we'll stand there for a long, long time, and we'll collect the muons which are passes through us. We can collect all kind of shadows, and there is even muon tomography, which is used to look what is inside of the pyramids in Egypt, what is inside of the mountains, what is inside of even we can do that in the building. It's difficult. The only that just few muons are created by this radiation. But let's move to our radionuclides. Norm. So we have these continuously created radionuclides, including carbon-14, which has a constant ratio in all living bodies. But if you take some samples of the coal, which is a very, very old materials, then there the carbon-14 is almost gone because this carbon was formed long time ago. If you look to the primordial radionuclides, they are even series. They are divided in 3 series, and we have so-called uranium series, we have thorium series and radionuclides, and we have so-called actinium series radionuclides. So that starts with uranium-238 uranium series. The thorium starts with thorium series with radionuclides with thorium-232. And actinium series has the name of actinium, but it starts with the plutonium, and then we have this range of radionuclides. So the point is that we have not just the beginner of this series radionuclides, but we have many of them. The lucky thing is that we have here, you see, lead as the end. So we have 3 isotopes, stable isotope of the lead. And based on the content of these isotopes, we can even restore what was long time ago, because these isotopes are formed due to the decay of this series radionuclides. So 3 series of them, most important of the naturally occurring radioactive materials. Then here you can see again the mode of the decay of these radionuclides, the content of them, and both for uranium and thorium series. And the comment on these tables that is difficult from far for you to read, it is that it's not just the beginner. There are many radionuclides, and among them there is radium-226. Radium-226, which perhaps many of you are familiar in management of radioactive waste and etc. And you are already aware that this one is decaying, forming radon-222, which is a gas, noble gas, but is a radioactive one. And these were absorbed by the water, by some grease, by the skin, by the hairs. So if you work, maybe you could become even contaminated with this radon-222, which is a gas. It decays in 4 days, half-life 3.8 days, so it is disappearing. Let's move now to the definitions. So here I refer to another glossary. You see here the IAEA safety glossary. The terms from here, it was published in 2019, so a little bit before the glossary that I demonstrated to you, right? So the terms are just repeated in the more recent publication, where you can find what is a norm. So it's again the same definition: radioactive material containing no significant amount of radionuclides other than naturally occurring radionuclides. So maybe that some traces are still together with the coal, with something which is really norm, but it's just traces, insignificant, and based on national regulations, maybe these are just exemption levels, let's say. Exemptions levels, I explained to you what it's meant. There are some repetitions just below in my slides. Then we have norm residue. So this is the material that remains from a process and comprises or is contaminated by naturally occurring radioactive materials. So norm residues. There is not yet the term waste. It's still not waste. Then we have actually norm waste. So this is naturally occurring radioactive material for which no further use is foreseen. Nobody needs it because of that became waste. But don't be in a hurry. Regulatory participants who are working for regulatory authorities, don't term this material waste yet, because it's maybe just waste, residue, and then everything goes much easier. Then if you put, the label on it that is the waste, and then you are getting into trouble by all kind of regulations that exist in the country. So normal residue may or may not be waste. And the point is like in this picture, right? So we have everything natural sources, then we have naturally occurring radioactive materials, then some of these are normal residues. The people who are a little bit older or use some older publications may be aware that IAEA was using the term T-norm, not norm, T-norm, technically enhanced or technologically enhanced radioactive, naturally occurring radioactive materials. Nowadays, for many years, the IAEA avoids to use this term, T-norm, doesn't like to use it. So instead of that, it's norm residue. It's now a term which is in the glossary and is recommended for use. And then only a part, it is norm waste. So now let's think, is this norm waste indeed a radioactive waste? Or maybe it's just norm waste and nothing to do with our business that we are working in radioactive waste management, right? So we are addressing the basic safety standard. This is part 3 of general safety requirements, the main requirements in part 3. And reminder to you, almost in each lecture I am providing this slide about the reminder, what is radioactive waste? So only in the case when we are with the levels of content of radioactive elements, radionuclides, above the clearance levels, only in this case, as established by regulatory bodies. So that depends on the country. You have your specific regulations, you have these clearance levels there in your country, and you compare. If you have the content higher, it's radioactive waste. If not, this is just normal waste, but doesn't mean that it's radioactive waste. So careful with that. It's not equal, norm waste and radioactive waste. A reminder where are coming from the exemptions levels. So as a criterion, we are looking to the expected through all kind of safety assessment exercises, the expected potential dose. And if this dose exceeds 10 microsievert per year, 10 microsievert per year, which is hundreds times lower than the background radiation, because of that is over-conservative, but is as recommended by the International Commission on Radiological Protection, and we are using it, also is extremely conservative. It is hundreds times, even 1,000 times lower than the background level of radiation that we are living with. So based on this very, very conservative criterion, the IAEA and this basic safety standard is recommending the content of radionuclides to be used as exemption levels. So only if you are above these exemption levels, you call this material radioactive waste, in the waste. But also, basic safety standard specifies that for the low probability scenario, it is used a different criterion, which is a reasonable one compared to this one. You see, it's 100 times higher. It is 1 millisievert in a year, not in an hour, in a year. 1 millisievert in a year for a low probability scenario. And there is also a comment about radionuclides of natural origin, about these naturally occurring radioactive materials. The exemption of bulk amounts of materials, so the question is not about small amounts that you may be working with them in a laboratory. So maybe you are interested in doing some experiments medical with potassium-40 and you take a concentrated amount of it, and then you use the table I noted you for small amounts. But for bulk amount, table 1.1. It's a table 1.2 for bulk amount, large amounts. So for radionuclides of natural origin, exemption of bulk amounts of material is considered case by case by using the dose criterion of 1 millisievert a year. So the scenario are not low probability, are all kind of scenario, but the criterion is not 10 microsievert. It is 1 millisievert or 1000 microsievert, 100 times higher. A reasonable criterion it is used. And here you see also the comment already in the basic safety standard that for any radionuclides in the uranium decaying chain or thorium decaying chain, any, not just the initial uranium and thorium, any of them, if it is 1 becquerel per gram or less, then it is exempt. And for potassium 40, 10 becquerel per gram. Becquerel per gram. It's the comment on NOR, on natural occurring radioactive materials. So these are the criteria to be used. They are different for norm compared with the artificial man-made radionuclides. And here, it's a publication that appeared a couple of weeks ago in December. IAEA has published 2 documents which give a lot of explanatory information. The people, the participants who are working for regulatory authorities, I don't know. I know some of participants, so maybe Marina Halalovic is working now for a regulatory authority in Belarus. I don't know. But but even when an operator, you work, Marina, I mean, she worked as an operator in Belarus. This is a very good document because it has exact specification, explicit, sentences about how to proceed in order to carry out exercises of exemption of materials which have some radioactivity there, but in reality do not present any harm to the people and the environment. And it's really a very good document that I downloaded, and I'm sharing this opinion with you, and this is an opinion of most of the experts who work in this area. And here is a table from there, which, give you advice where to look to. You see the table 1.1, table 1.1, but if you move to the bulk amount, table 1.2 of General Safety Requirements Part 3, Basic Safety Standard that I just noted to you. So for bulk amount and moderate amount, and this is already a kind of advices how to proceed. This slide I demonstrated to you again, explaining what is the exemption. So it's repetition from this document. And you see here how to proceed, and again, in just a picture when you are dealing with these natural radionuclides, trying to avoid entering into the regulatory control. Because if you have a residue and you identify in your country that this residue is unneeded, is a waste. Maybe I had some such experience in my experience when I worked in Russian Federation for 20 years. Some of the materials were brought as the waste to my organization, which is 75 kilometers from Moscow, with the name Radon. And in the past, the participants of such schools and workshops, and they had visiting excursions to see the equipment there in this radon that is used for radioactive waste processing, right? But I mean, in the practice, we had the experience when the material were brought and then we checked, is this real radioactive waste or not? Let's say from the fuel fabrication plants under the decommissioning in the Moscow region, not far from Moscow, and so on. So this is this document is giving good advices when you have the possibility not to enter under the regulatory control and not to call this material real radioactive waste. Here it's you see a flow chart for granting specific exemption for bulk material with radionuclides of natural origin. So you check if you are okay with the 1 becquerel for uranium thorium series and 10 becquerel for potassium 40, and if yes, so the content of these radionuclides and decay products of them, it's below these specified numbers, you say yes. So existing exposure situation, and you can exempt this material, so you have nothing further to consider. But if no, then you are in the situation of planned exposure situation, and you need to do safe assessment for possible specific exemption. And again, case by case consideration, if you are above or below 1 millisievert a year, and if you are complies with that, then you are in the specific exemption, and the material can be reused rather than directed for the disposal, which is a very expensive activity to dispose anything, even in near surface disposal facilities, not to speak about intermediate or deep geological repository when you go to even millions per several cubic meters. So it's really a good exercise first to try to see if the possibility of it's actually, this will be called, if you already enter into regulatory control, term clearance. Okay, so I came to the position of giving you a breath for 5 minutes and think about maybe any question, and then I will go for the next 45 minutes for the second part of my lecture. So it's a break. So welcome back after the short break. So now we move to the norm waste after this introduction, and assuming that the waste is radioactive waste. So again, here I'm starting with the definition, right? And where is coming from? So it's formed in many industrial processes. So we are not using anymore the term T-norm. We're saying that this is norm waste. And it's coming from mineral mining or beneficiation, oil and gas production, geothermal energy production, metal production. One of the metal is uranium, which is from nuclear industry, right? Then we got here coal-fired power plants. So these plants are used for very long time, for let's say already 100 years. After burning of the coal, we have mountings, so very large amounts of the ash. And in the ash, we have a lot of naturally occurring radionuclides. And here I put in a blue color the information which I took from Professor Sapochnikov. He's a professor of the Division of Radiochemistry of Moscow State University. He was giving also lectures to many participants. So he provided the information that if you look to the total amount of just uranium, only uranium as an element in the ash, which was left after the burning of the coal and is continuously left because these plants are still operating, then we have this amount you see here that is 5 multiplied to 10 to 7 power. So it's 50 millions tons of uranium in these dumps, in these mountings of the ash after the coal is burned. And this is 500 times exceeds the amount of uranium which is currently used in nuclear reactors globally. So we have much more uranium, and nobody is very concerned about that, and etc. But imagine, much more uranium in the ash after the burning of the coal compared with the uranium which is operating now in nuclear power plants overall in the world. And here is also information from the United States of America about the large amounts of waste which contain naturally occurring radionuclides, and in reality, in some cases, it's not at all safe, to be near these piles of materials. Then water treatment, it also producing the waste which can contain large amount of norm. Sewage plants, fertilizer plants, particularly phosphate fertilizers. So phosphate minerals are very durable, and some of them, like monazite, contain thorium, contain uranium, and sometimes contain a lot of these materials. So then we have this production of, and some of these materials are not needed at all. So then we have norm waste, and because of the high content of radioactivity there, then they can be turned, they cannot be turned radioactive waste. And these two slides, one it's in German, another it's in Russian. Many of you know Russian language. We are learning from our experience. And not so long time ago, so let's say my parents lived at that time, so I mean maybe 40s, 50s of the last century, I mean 1940, 1950. We were not aware of the action of radiation on the humans, on animals, etc. It was deemed that the action of radiation can be very positive, very good for the humans. And you see here that is taken from Technical Museum of Vienna, where I worked for 8 years in the IAEA. You see the toothpaste, which was recommended for use. We see here it's in Berlin produced, radioactive. very good for your health at that time. So don't take me serious, right? So smiling, nice, peace, clean, healthy, and etc. Here it's in Russian written. To know the Russian language, you can read it. It's water. It's water with radium. It's water with radium, radioactive water. That was also recommended by medicine for some patients. But after using this toothpaste, after using this water, indeed, the people felt much better. Some of sick people became, for not long period of time, even more healthy. But with time, unfortunately, the radiation induced cancers of the tissues inside them, in the mouths and so on. Terrible thing. I am not, putting this picture here with the terrible photographs of what the people who, after all, suffered of that. So but that was a part of our history of this radioactive water recommended for the use, for internal use. If you look to so these tables, 4 tables taken, 2 of them you more or less can read. This table, it's perhaps very difficult to read, but they show the typical radionuclide activity concentrations in sediments and sludges. So you see here that the question is about the radium-226, about the radium-226 here mainly. There is also some thorium. And activity concentration, let's look to the maximum, right? So if the question is about 1 becquerel per gram for exemption, you see here 10,000 or 1,300. So very large numbers actually, much above the concentration can be about this previous level. So it's something that can be very, very dangerous. These sediments and sludges. So this is from rare earth extraction, so from this metallurgic industry. For oil and gas production, you see quite high, the highest that are there. Then other elements, so niobium, other metals, zirconium chlorination, titanium dioxide, pigment production, iron smelting, so it's a very large by scale industry. 100 becquerel per gram of lead-210, which is signaling about its presence because of its radiation, gamma radiation from there. And then the radium water treatment, phosphate fertilizer production. So all these numbers are quite above. This one, let's say, is below because in becquerel per gram given. Then you see here the table about radionuclide concentration and furnace slag. In the slag, that is extraction of niobium here from pyrochlor, tin smelting, copper smelting, thermal phosphorus production. And again, you see here that the maximum values can be even very high, not just high. So 120 becquerel per gram. And here are given for other also examples in the management of normal issues. So the message is that the concentration can be quite high. And when we look to the waste, and we try to classify this waste using the IAEA classification scheme, in terms of activity concentration and half-lives, because these are long-lived, so cosmogenic can be actually short-lived, right? So like tritium, if you speak. So mainly we are speaking about this primordial, naturally occurring primordial. Then they are in this part of the plot, so they are long-lived, very long-lived, is the half-life of billions of years. And the concentrations can be different. Some of them you saw, they are even below the clearance level. Some of them are a little bit above that. Some of them, they go very, very high here, like this, that 10,000 becquerel per gram. They will come to the level of intermediate level waste even. So we cannot, so you remember the IAEA does classification based on the disposal route. So if the concentration is so high, then we will need to go to some intermediate depth disposal, even near surface. So to call this low level waste will not be possible. And I put here this picture. You see, I put here in red color just the bottom of the norm waste. Because if you are not in a hurry and not put immediately delayed that this is radioactive waste, stamp. Because look, this is a practice actually in nuclear industry. If you go to a nuclear power plant and you look to the materials that are produced in the control zone and nuclear power plant, everything there, all kind of the waste is labeled radioactive waste. Can be not at all. And only through the procedure of clearance, a part of this material is released, so it's cleared. And a lot of material from, I was leading in the IAEA a benchmarking project. It's still active in the agency, which is collecting the information of management of radioactive waste at nuclear power plants with DDR reactors. So Belarus, pay attention. You should join this and keep this program in the IAEA, where we are looking what people from nuclear power plants are doing with the waste. And the nuclear power plants, they all report about large amounts of the waste, which initially were called radioactive waste, but then are cleared because of the practically no content of significant content of radioactivity. The same should be with the norm waste. So only in the red color you see the bottom of this picture that we should call it real. So it's norm waste. It's norm waste, but you should check, control with your regulatory authority what at the level, and is the reason to call it radioactive waste or not this norm waste. So this is the classification. We move further, and we are looking, let's say, in the mining project. And we are looking to these are waste streams. They are typically very large in the volume. The question is about bulk amounts. It's not a question that norm is created in large quantities by research, by medicine, and so on. No, it's the case of large by volume streams, so 100,000 of tons bulk amounts of norm waste, which is radioactive waste, by default in my lecture here. So I'm speaking actually about norm waste, which is radioactive waste. So we have exploration wastes. So already during the exploration, the investigations, the geological and search for minerals, some exploration wastes are produced, and they can be radioactive waste. Mining wastes, even when we mine the water to produce the nuclear fuel for the reactors. Milling waste, where we are working further. So the tailings, they are very problematic. It's written here in the bracket. In situ leach waste, so when the wars to extract uranium for production of the fuel, then we have a lot of leach waste, mostly liquid waste. At the end of my lecture, I will show you from Australia, who is a producer of uranium for nuclear reactors. There is a photograph of how what they are doing with this in situ leach waste in Australia, and some mixed miscellaneous waste. And actually, this is a photograph. You see the large amounts, piles, mountings of the material. If you look to the tailings, so remnant after we have these milling processes to extract useful uranium, to process it further and to produce the fuel. What are the radiological components? So typically 5 to 10% of target metal and other radionuclides, they are in the tailings. And from my own experience from Tajikistan, they have very good also ores containing uranium. And even after the extraction of useful uranium in the tailings, there is this 5-10% left in the tailing. It is so high that perhaps in the future these tailings will be reused again, or can at least be used, because in some places these are considered as good ores to be processed. But in Tajikistan, after they extracted 90% of the uranium, the tailings still so no they for them, because they have high content of uranium in the ore, they afford to leave these large amounts of uranium in the tailings. A relevant natural radioactive decay series, of course, apply. So all these radionuclides noted in the chains, they are there. Radium-226, often considered as the most important radiotoxic decay product in the decay area. That is the case when we analyze the tailings now. And again, this is emphasis that it's producing actually during its decay radium-222, and because it's a noble gas, it's coming out of these piles of these materials and can be detected by the decay of himself. So it's producing further decay products, which by specific devices can be detected. So it's an inert gas, but the products, decay products of already radium-226 can cause lung cancer because it's gas. We are breathing it. It's noble gas, but its decay products can cause problems. In the oil and gas production, so extraction we have here the well, and from the well we mobilize the isotopes of radium. So they are coming together with the carrier, with the water, together with the oil from there. On its way already they have isotopes which precipitate, form scales in these pipes, but a part of it goes to the tanks and in separation tanks. Here we have the gases, we have the oils, and even here we have, let's say, if you have the gas, we have radium-222 in the gas, and this is not just gaseous material. This is natural gas which is burning in our apartments, right? And it's transported through the pipes or by the large tanks, and it contains radium-222. But luckily, it's very short-lived. It is decaying in 4 days, and because of long wait, delays of coming from there to our apartments to be burned in our ovens, then practically we have no radon. But in the fresh gas, which is just extracted, it's a lot of radium-222, the gases in the gas phase. Then we have here in the oil, we have in the water, these are noted, and there is a very good document published by Organization of Gas Production, Oil and Gas Production Organization, and it's how to proceed, and some of the pictures published in 2008. I took some of these images that I'm sharing with you from actually this report. So it's good to consult if you will deal with North Waste. So in the oil and gas industry, we have mainly these three streams. So the first stream, you see here, produced waters. And here the ratio of produced water to the oil typically is approximately 10 to 1. So we have 10 barrels of produced water per 1 barrel of oil. So it's a lot of water. It's a lot of water. And here some information for the United States doesn't matter, but typically it's 10 to 1, a lot of water, which contain all this stuff, which is naturally occurring radioactive materials, mainly radium-226. Then we got scales, approximately 100 tons of scale per oil well. 100 tons per one well, this pipe that goes down, borehole that goes down and is extracting the oil from there. And this is typical. This is for the United States, but the question is about 100 tons per one well. Then we got the sludge. So again, this is a little information about the oil production processes that in conventional breeding generate, and the estimation it's about 230,000 tons, which is 141 cubic meters of norm sludge each year. Each year it's producing. So the question, it's about 250,000 tons per year. So that is done every year. This industry is working for already 100 years. So we get really huge amounts of sludge, which contain radioactive radioactivities. If you look to the typical radionuclide activity concentration, In these processes, predominant radionuclides. So it's a repetition, and here it's a photograph. You see here these scales. So this is the pipe, which is from the well, and during its use, the sedimentation or precipitation started to occur on the walls. So the cross section became smaller and smaller. So finally, it's necessary to change these pipes. And then we are looking to the used pipes. Then we see here a lot of radioactive material, these scales. This is the maximum concentration. You see here 15,000 becquerel per gram. Not one, which is exemption. 15,000. And this is in the oil and gas production. But here also for other industries. So everywhere you see in this scale deposits very large amounts. I had in the University of Sheffield a PhD project with a student who came from Iraq, and he worked. He has publications. He is now a doctor. Uday Hussein, his name is. So we worked together with him in Sheffield, University of Sheffield, on a project what to do with this scale. So we developed a cementation technology actually, because of so high content of radionuclides. This is a real radioactive waste. So you need to immobilize it and then to look on possible ways of disposal of these materials. If you look again in the oil and gas production, then we have, because of these sediments, because of the content of decaying, let's say, radium here inside of the pipes, we have emission of gamma radiation, which easily is passing through the walls of the pipes, and it's a problem for operating personnel in oil and gas production. So they have a lot of these pipes and valve outside. So many of them that they call this construction Christmas tree. So this is not real Christmas tree, it's a Christmas tree made out of pipes and valves. And the radiation level, I will show in the next slides, can be quite high. So then we need to care about the external radiation. But please switch off the microphones, the participants who are online. Otherwise, you are disturbing the lecture. So then we have, because of when we open, we have generation of aerosols. We don't see often these aerosols, or we can touch these materials, and then they are coming inside through the intestines, and they are dangerous also from this point of view. So here it's about the radiation levels. So here are microsievert, but not per year, per hour. And you remember the exemption for it's 1,000, but this is 300 per hour, not per year. So very quickly the operator can receive quite. You see here are the numbers which can be quite high. In different, you see here it's in safety wells, and so in crude oil processing, treating. So please, microphones off, participants. Switch off your microphones, please. And other numbers here, so the levels of radiation, and this is the reference to these reports in the oil and gas production. Now, once we speak about the radioactive waste, we are looking what to do with the radioactive waste, and we have 1 becquerel per gram, this one. So if you are in this part of the plot, this different, you see here in phosphates, in rutile, limonite. So we can cross the border, we cannot cross it. It depends. Here for the soil, everything looks such that no need even to care about, because we are below the clearance levels, which are very conservative, and they are recommended by the ICRT and the IAEA. But if you go to this where we have in other metal ores, if moreover in uranium ores, you see in monazite processing minerals, pyrochlores, then we see that sometimes we can have very high content in becquerel per gram. We saw even in the scales it's 15,000, right? So we are entering into the next section of my lecture, norm waste management, and by default, norm waste in my lecture is radioactive waste, norm waste. And we have two types of activities. The first one are administrative activities under the management systems, This is a very important barrier on the way of radionuclides into the environment. So we do this. This is already presented, these two slides, this one and the next. So waste management planning, establishment on inventory, unique characterization, waste acceptance criteria, technology process selection, cost estimation, then issuance of the licensing safety cases, and then you go to the waste management operations, really. In operational activities, it's norm radioactive waste. It's not radioactive waste, and you need to do the same as things you do, except that here you are dealing with typically very, very large amounts, and you need to be reasonable. But the activities are those. So disposal is the final endpoint. You need to do pre-disposal, where you do processing, and here you do pre-treatment, treatment, conditioning, if necessary. So you put in a container, you do maybe immobilization, maybe you put this just in a container. So you produce packages, or maybe even overpacks. And only after that, you can go to transportation and disposal of radioactive waste, following actually the recommendations of IAEA. So this is part 3, so basic safety standard. And when we work with radioactive materials, if these are useful, you are in this part of the picture. If you are in the waste, you check first maybe clearance. The guidance of our agency just published is very good now to use it as a good guidance, really. Authorized discharge. Now in the last, by the way, in the last 2 publications on clearance, and so safety guide 18, and on exemption safety guide 17, the discharge is now contained in the operations of clearance and exemption, because in the past IAEA recommendations, the discharges were considered separate from clearance. So it was said that clearance and exemption works only for solid materials. In the last guides published 3-4 weeks ago, no, it's December, so it's just very, very recently. Already about the liquids, it's also there. No, so it's not just to speak about solid materials for clearance and exemption. And regulated disposal. And in order to get to the disposal, you have the nuclear waste life cycle. So the endpoint is disposal. Can be landfill. It is if it is very low level, right? If it is low level near surface repository, and if it is high level deep underground repository, and this is typical. So it's pre-treatment. You see here treatment, conditioning, interim storage, transport, disposal. So this is a typical scheme how to manage. Sometimes you can directly go, to the disposal. If the material it's already prepared for that, or in some cases, in some countries, the discharges are also considered a kind of the disposal. If you speak, let's say, about noble gases or discharges under the control levels that are permitted by regulatory authorities in your country. And the guidance is, so this is taken from the oil and gas production, the schematic, which is recommending. So if you work for this industry, take this report. It's a very good one, which contains much more than I'm very, very briefly informing you about. But generically, in the IAEA, if you have norm waste, you are looking. Maybe you are in the case which is a small volume. So it's, let's say, a lucky case, much easy case to deal with. Medium volume or large volume. So then you see here. So for medium volume, you see here mixed. Landfill can be the case. Small volume radioactive waste disposal, because you are not meeting. You are not in the case when too large expenses are needed for that. So unfortunately, most often in the norm waste, we are dealing with the large volumes, things that I demonstrated. So that's a repetition, and where in the classification, if you need to go to the disposal, to the endpoint, then most often you are the case of landfill disposal, except it's a very good one, but very often you are a little bit above the clearance level, then these materials go to the landfill disposal, and this is very typical case for industries that are producing. So it's actually the case of this coal, a coal which is produced in the burning of the coal in power producing plants. It's producing electricity and etc. And then we go to the as for the landfill disposal, and even most of the countries are using double standard. So they for the nuclear industry they apply this kind of 10 microsievert per year for naturally occurring radioactive materials. As agency recommends, we have another criterion, 100 times higher, 1000 microsievert per year. But in some cases, we need to go to so near surface disposal, and like in the project on the scales that I had in Sheffield, is the scales on the pipes, or even for very high content of radionuclides to intermediate depths. So when we manage the norm residues as waste, we have to select a technical solution. There is this document of the IAEA published, how to select a technical solution, has a chapter on norm waste, how to proceed, and typically we need to have graded approach. So the phase 1 evaluation of the current situation, phase 2 selection of the optimum norm waste management option. So I'm not speaking about the small amount that you will produce in an experiment in laboratory. I'm speaking, let's say, the situation in the country or in a big region of the country. Phase 3 implementation of the optimum norm waste management option. And of course, should be a national policy and strategy where these things are specified at the level of the state. The policy to manage the radioactive waste, strategy to implement this policy. It should be consistent with the fundamental safety principles, my very first lecture that I gave to you. Consistent for radiological and non-radiological components, because in norm waste often we have other hazards, not just that it's coming from radiation. That can be also important from the point of view of the health of the body. So other like sanitary organizations will give also permissions to do one or another process route of dealing with the waste, and make provision for public consultation. So all these statements in line with the IAEA recommendations on policy and strategies for radioactive waste management. And here responsibilities. Each actor in radioactive waste management has its responsibilities. Again, very briefly, I explained them in my first lecture on the principles. Here it's the main extracted. So a regulatory body is developing the rules, criteria, guidelines, establishing licensing system, ensuring fulfillment of obligations after mine closure, if it's the question of the mine, necessary funding to be available, transfer of responsibility after mine closure or after the reactor is decommissioned. Advice, but typically there are made radionuclides, so it's not the question of the norm. This example. Advice, perspective, purchase of land. An operator is responsible for all safety-related issues. Operator is responsible in compliance with legal requirements. And about what IAEA and other international organizations are encouraging to do. It's like IAEA, it's supporting valorization. If we have norm waste where the content of radionuclides it's not much above the clearance level, then it is encouraging utilization of approach where these materials are not directed for the disposal, but can be, this is called valorization, somehow reused in situations maybe for road pavings, in situations when the expected dose indeed will be under this 1 millisievert per year and no way to have consumption by the people of products. So here it's a link, also directive issued by the European Union, Euratom directive here with the number about the use of residues from norm processing industry and building materials. After the closure of there should be institutional control, so that we see here the actions, arrangements implementing to maintain control, so that the site after the closure is not used, to build a school there or something like that. Environmental monitoring, surveillance, active controls, passive controls, so all kinds of things are emphasized on this slide. And the examples in the last my minutes. So here the examples with the photographs, you see real mountings, right, of these rocks from mining operations. May remain in place as rock piles, or when the opportunity exists, may be backfilled into mining voids, open pits, let's say, tailings from the dry separation of heavy metals, bauxite tailings. So again, some photographs, tailings and phosphogypsum from phosphate fertilizer productions. You see these very large mounds which contain this norm containing waste. This is the promised photographs taken from Australia, where the link dike. So you see here the liquid is water that remain after the extractions of uranium to be used in nuclear reactors in Australia. And let me scale deposits. So burial at the site, because in the wells, if there exists such possibility, because the site will remain under institutional control after closure. Disposal at hazardous waste disposal facility. So that was the project that we worked in Sheffield, in the United Kingdom, to look on the scale immobilization using cements. Disposal at low intermediate level radioactive waste disposal facility. So that one hazardous, that means it's not actually from, so this is very low level, this can be low level waste disposal site. Sediments and sludge, also here it's what to do with them. So some sediments have to be treated, their activity is fine. Furnace dust and liquid norm waste. So let's say for the liquid, it can be that that one typically is stored, and then it's perspective that will be disposed of as non-radioactive waste. And for the liquid, in some situations, the liquid, so that it's actually contaminated waters. It is treated in order to get rid of other hazardous components in this water. So we decrease the hazard coming from this water. So conclusions of the lecture. What is norm? So material containing no significant amounts of radionuclides other than naturally occurring radionuclides. And the levels are defined by national regulatory authorities. And the norm waste is the norm for which no further use is foreseen. And the message to you, please, that key issues, typical issues for the norm waste management, if you have to manage this waste, are typically associated with the large volumes of the waste, very large volumes of the waste. Remember this amount of uranium in the ashes after the burning of the coal, 500 times more uranium there than in nuclear reactors collected together in the world. High disposal costs, if you go to the disposal, because they are long-lived, and in the case of high content, they require intermediate or even deep disposal. So limited containment also can be the situation. If you speak about the liquid waste, then this is material that can migrate easily. So we need to care about these dikes, which keep together, these ponds with the liquid. So with that, I finished my lecture. I will stop sharing. And if any question, let me again look in the chat. I don't see anything this time. Any question to me? Maybe there is 1-2 minutes for that.
Yeah, colleagues, any questions? So, no questions.
Okay, many thanks, everyone, for your patience. So maybe see some of you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So, dear colleagues, we have a break. Hello,
Hello.
Suleiman, is it you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, perfectly.
Right. I just want to say good morning.
Please share your screen. Hello.
Hello from Antalya.
Hello.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So please share your screen. I need to check, is it okay? Oh, yeah.
Can you see the presentation?
Okay. So, dear colleagues, we continue. Please, risk assessment of radioactive waste storage. Dear colleagues, floor is yours.
Let me start first. This is Süleyman Fatih Özmen from University of Akdeniz. I'm making radioactivity studies in Vocational School of Technical Science in Antalya. Today, my colleague Ercüment Aksoy, Dr. Ercüment Aksoy, his expertise area is GIS and remote sensing analysis. Today he will present us the waste storage sites assessment by using remote sensing and GIS. And now flow is Ercüment.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I have been working 25 years for 25 years in Akdeniz University. I interest remote sensing and GIS. But remote sensing GIS collect a lot of discipline because my eyes, your eyes is remote sensing equipment, for example, and sensor technology, and drone, and satellites image. A lot of things include remote sensing technology. This topic, risk assessment of radioactive waste storage, is by using remote sensing and GIS, Geographic Information System. I present my document and topic radioactive waste storage stress, and example is the real example. Akkuyu nuclear power plants waste, nuclear waste. This is two flag, Turkish flag and Russian flag in the top instruction. It's a new plant in Turkey. This is nuclear waste. What is the nuclear waste? It's very important thing. Spent nuclear fuel and low and intermediate level waste. Spent nuclear fuel, deep repository in the land. It's very long distance in the land surveys. Second, risk, low and intermediate level waste, rock columns and the intermediate depth, and near surface landfill of rock columns. Activity is a little than nuclear fuel. Low level, a lot of experts know these things. Low level, intermediate level, high level. For example, useful is high level. The reactor parts is intermediate level. Other things is a big part, low level. For example, cleaning tools and protective clothing. All things nuclear waste. These things must go to controlled area. The controlled area is storage. In the real world, waste storage disposal, near storage disposal. It's a near. Is a short distance in the land surveys, is a spatial material. Deep geological disposal is very height distance in the land between land surveys. Is a real this video.
In 2001, Olkiluoto in Eurajoki was selected as the final disposal site of spent nuclear fuel produced in Teollisuuden Voima's and Fortum's nuclear power plants. The Posiva Company is responsible for the research, development, and planning work related to final disposal, and also for the building and operating the facility. Prior to final disposal, spent nuclear fuel has been stored at power plant sites for several decades. During that time, its heat generation and radioactivity have decreased enough to enable technically and financially practical safe final disposal in the deep bedrock. The final disposal tunnels are excavated in the depth of more than 400 meters in the Olkiluoto bedrock, where the conditions are stable and predictable and where the groundwater flow is weak. The fuel will thereby be isolated from living nature, and the changes on the ground surface and in the atmosphere will not influence the underground disposal facility. The animation provides the information about the basis for the long-term safety of the final repository in Olkiluoto. The safety of final disposal is based on the long-term isolation of spent nuclear fuel several hundred meters deep in the bedrock and on several release barriers. The engineered release barriers are the canister, the buffer, the final disposal tunnel backfill and plugs, and the ceiling structures of auxiliary galleries. The bedrock around the final repository is a natural release barrier. Olkiluoto bedrock has been studied since the 1980s by drilling dozens of research holes from the ground surface. The underground research facility Onkalo has also been excavated in Olkiluoto. The investigations have provided knowledge of the Olkiluoto bedrock properties, which have an impact on the safety of final disposal. The disposal tunnels are excavated in bedrock with no major water conducting structures and no fracture zones, which are to be avoided due to rock shear. The properties of bedrock have been characterized and the significant geological structures have been identified with regard to final repository. Safety is also affected by the flow conditions and the chemical composition of groundwater and by rock mechanics properties.
23.
23.
The bedrock physically isolates spent fuel from the biosphere and living nature and minimizes the possibility of human intrusion into the final repository. It also provides stable and predictable conditions for the engineered release barriers. Bedrock also restricts and retards the release of harmful substances from the repository into living nature. The copper canister isolates the fuel assemblies placed inside. This isolation capacity of the canister relies above all on the mechanical durability of the cast iron insert and on the corrosion resistance of the copper overpack. The buffer prevents groundwater from moving in the disposal hole and protects the canister against.
First things is rock. The rock is very important because control the water leak in the west area. Usually method rock area, selected rock area. Two things is betonite in its construction.
The canister, protected by the buffer, remains intact for a long time. The buffer prevents and retards the release of radionuclides in the event of a canister failure. The backfill of the final disposal tunnels creates favorable and predictable conditions for the buffer and the canister. The backfill restricts and retards the release of radionuclides in the event of a canister failure and contributes to the mechanical stability of the bedrock in the vicinity of the final disposal tunnels. The sealing structures complement the long-term isolation and protection provided by the bedrock. They contribute to the formation of favorable, predictable conditions for other technical release barriers for thousands of years. The disposal tunnels are constructed and backfilled gradually. All tunnels and shafts leading to the final repository are backfilled. Finally, the top part of the tunnels and shafts is filled with boulders, and the disposal site is landscaped and restored to its natural state. After the closure, the groundwater flow rates decrease as the repositories slowly saturate with water seeping from the fracture network in the bedrock. The backfill materials contribute to the restoration of reducing oxygen-free conditions. As the saturation progresses, the groundwater conditions begin to return to its natural state. Spent nuclear fuel increases the temperature of its immediate vicinity with the greatest temperature increases, about 60 degrees Celsius, occurring at the time of the closure of the repository. Gradually, the radioactive attenuates and consequently the heat generation of the nuclear waste decreases. Over the thousands of years after the closure, the land uplift in Olkiluoto area will displace the sea shoreline several kilometers to the west, and Olkiluoto turns into part of the inland. Over tens of thousands of years, the northern hemisphere's climate becomes cooler as Earth's orbit and axis angle change, and as less solar radiation is absorbed in the ground surface. As the climate becomes colder, the ground freezes, resulting in permafrost similar to that in northern Siberia and northern Canada today. Permafrost may reach several hundred meters deep. At the permafrost stage, groundwater flows cease. The cooling of the northern hemisphere will ultimately create a continental ice sheet, which will expand over all of Scandinavia. At its largest extent, the ice sheet will be up to about 3 kilometers thick. It is estimated that in the Olkiluoto area, the ice sheet will reach a maximum thickness of about 2.5 kilometers. Ice this thick also depresses the Earth's crust several hundred meters. The design of the disposal system also considers the load caused by an ice sheet of a few kilometers thick. After the glacier stage of thousands of years, the ice sheet will melt, leaving Olkiluoto submerged under a thick water layer. At the edge of the ice, the melting produces a large volume of water, some of which may infiltrate to the final disposal depth through the network of bedrock fractures. The disposal canister and other barrier structures for spent nuclear fuel are designed to perform for tens of thousands.
Water, very important in the stage area. Weak danger. Station is very risk and detonate materials control the water's leak.
Thousands of years. However, the safety of the disposal shall not solely rely on the assumption that the engineered barrier system performed flawlessly and in a predictable way. Therefore, unlikely scenarios are also considered when assessing safety. In such scenarios, one or more canisters lose their integrity, or an individual canister is defective from the beginning. In the case presented in the animation, it is assumed that there is a small hole in the lid weld of the copper iron canister. Groundwater may eventually reach the canister's inner parts through such a hole and cause corrosion. Radioactive substances could first be released into the canister's inner parts and eventually outside the canister. Even though fuel pellet dissolves very slowly, a small part of the radioactive material in spent fuel are in a volatile form that enables radionuclides to migrate outside the canister. Outside the canister, the tight bentonite layer effectively retards the migration of radionuclides. Their radioactivity decreases during the time of the migration. However, some radioactive material may finally reach the bedrock, and any possible fracture connected.
Radioactive material goes to land survey, is a danger station.
However, inside such fractures, the groundwater flow is very weak, so the radioactive substances are retarded in the rock pore network and do not migrate far away from the canister. Low-lying terrain, which is also favorable for surface water formation, is also a natural location where radioactive substances reach the surface. Long-term safety evaluations also cover situations where the flow route of groundwater ends in a household water well. In all scenarios in the safety assessment, individual radiation doses and the exposure of organisms to radiation remain insignificant.
This video showed us waste is very important. All people don't want to waste, but waste garbage in everywhere. It's a real. This important point, storage technique and storage plays properties. Remote sensing and GIS solving this problem. Land and area properties. What is the nuclear waste site properties? Yes, it's a deep method is a solving this problem. But where is the point? Where is the point? Where is the longitude, latitude? It's an important point. This is a new news. I print screen for to dear participation. 40 years after the passage of the Nuclear Waste Policy Act, there is very important, no clear path forward for the sitting, designing and construction of the geologic repository. Is a report. Is a new. Is a nuclear waste have a plan? Is no. Is answer is no. Is very dangerous station. Other Prince screen, Harvard University, looking for a trash can, nuclear waste management in the United States. The United States, however, has yet to construct a long-term storage solution for this waste, leaving the nuclear material vulnerable to extra weather events such as weather effect, rising sea levels, and wildfire. All things include climate change. Climate change is very important. This time is a very dangerous station. Remote sensing. What is the remote sensing? What is the geographic information system? All things include remote sensing, drone, unmanned air vehicle, for example, satellites, analyze, imagery, software, carriers, classification. This is my job. GIS, changing how we work, systematic, holistic, analytic, quantitative, visual. All data support the server analyzing, visualizing, R or Python, another coding language, design, planning. It's all expert, nuclear expert, spatial expert, security expert, chemical expert, environment expert. It's a team. GIS is team works and result decision making. I have a lot of time topic multi-criteria is a very important multi-criteria, and acting rule or law or is a lot of acting. I want to talk about Akkuyu nuclear plants west. Is a real and near the open time, and I'm very happy. This location very nice. Süleyman's Hoca and me, this point location Antalya, and nuclear plant is Mersin, Akkuyu. Study area is this circle, water surface, and the river. The Akkuyu, over 10 regions of the Turkey provides energy. It's very big duty, because electricity power is very important for Turkey and Turkey's industry. The surface area and construction stress is very high kilometer and involved a lot of people, exceed a lot of people. This is the project participations. It's a lot of construction cooperation and institute is the Kushka Institute is education is academic. Suitable test selection for radiation waste is a complex process, and the process involves multi-criteria decision method analysis. Site selection are generally defined using limiter criteria, such as land use. Usually experts use Copernicus data, and geological because rock is very important criteria, is a political and administrative border, is a city border. Other things, water source, river or water, and roads. However, all of the parameters within these criteria may not be included in the solution process, and their selection may vary based on the local station and experience. The process of these related to selection is using conventional method is time-consuming and challenging. This fourth stage is very important. Conceptual and planning stage, area survey stage, site characterization stage, and site conformation stage. EIA rule. EIA described the stage as follows. Is very important things. Potential host rocks, because rocks don't leak water, and not only water leak risk, other important positive effect, rock area is very good for earthquakes, bad earthquakes effect. This rock is very important. For example, Akkuyu plants collapse in the Mersin. Mersin near the active faults, but this construction properties is very strong for the earthquake. I remember 19 magnitude is very high level, 19. This constructions strong against the 9 earthquakes effect. This rock, therefore, rock is very important for the earthquake. Next, potential stage for investigations. Then, characterization is very important. Finally, acceptability, safety, acceptability. And I usually use analytic QHH process method. A lot of expert and academician scientists use analytic QHH process method, multi-criterias problem. Why science use AHP method for multi-criterias problem? Because AHP method include expert's power, expert controlled criteria scores. Expert defined criteria scores. Therefore, AHP use multi-criteria. Radioactive waste site selections problems include a lot of multi-criteria. Land is important, rock is important, and geology. And near the water is important. Near the rock is very important. A lot of criteria in this problem. Where is the radioactive waste site selection? Everyone know seaside home, waste and radioactive waste, but necessarily this criteria. What is the nuclear waste criteria, site selection criteria? Elevation is a real criteria for the nuclear plants. For example, Mersin nuclear power plants waste criteria. Elevation is very important because elevation point is high. Your distance is very long, seaside, and this point is very long distance. Seaside is very important. Elevation. Slope is very important. Aspect is very important because slope area is very high. The water is very good controlled. Slope area. The flat area is a problem, but it's a normal slope area. The is very height slope. The height slope is problem. The low slope is problem. Is a normal because the water controlled. Aspect is very important. Aspect, face the sun is a simple define. Face the sun. Your face turn to sun point is very hot point. Your face and lithology, soil net, land use, luminant density, settlements area, roads, rivers, water surface is a fall. The nuclear plants in the Turkey, big risk is fault. Other things is low risk than fall risk. Distance area. This is the distance area. This criteria include distance area. The area is long is a good. The area, the distance is short is very danger. It's a simple. The other things, reclassification. Rural is not good for the nuclear waste. The bare area, not useful, but good for radiation waste. Therefore, this is a classifications method. All methods include these problems solving tools, and we use the GIS software. Some people use quantum GIS. Europe made a Europe, not money. Some people use ArcGIS, made in USA, and money. A lot of science use quantum GIS, therefore free. I usually open source R and Python's programming language. General framework GIS, multi-criteria, stat selection model. The real 11 criteria and 73 sub-criteria. All criteria converted to raster format. I want to presentation as simple format because this is the include GIS experts knowledge. This is a made in USA ArcGIS, for example. This principle mask area. Some area don't use for nuclear waste state selection. For example, water area. For example, forest. For example, cities area. All things masked areas, forest masked areas, city area masked area, and river, water area masked area. Protect because we want to protect all area. Exclusion area, other name, exclusion area. For example, forest, inland wetlands, inland waters, marine waters, parks, lakes, archaeological, historical site, and some objects, buffer area. For example, fault is line, and right and left 1,000 meters buffer area. Road buffer area and river buffer area. This distance is very important. Protect. This is the real works for the aquifer. For example, elevation, slope, aspect, land use. This is legend include useful or not useful area. And other criteria, lithology. Lithology include rock or soil properties, good leak and not good leak properties. And proximity to faults is very important. This is the buffer area. The fault line in the center buffer area is very faults line in the this area. Therefore, fault risk is big for these plants. And other criteria. Land is very important because agriculture is very important for human life. All science use land use data, Copernicus, crops, arable land, mine, dumped, and other properties, vegetation, for example. 7 class, namely urban fabric, industrial, communal, transport. This is the bare land or closed industrial area or closed mine area is very useful for the waste storage area. This is the settlement, city or town, towns area buffer. Road, 1,000 meters. I say to distance 1,000 meters. The road in the middle buffer area. This is the river. Is a all things must exclude the selection area. This is the water surface. Is a very important water research for this zone. Safe waste transportation is very important. I have been interested for 2 years. IRMIS is transferring nuclear materials topic. Is a monitoring system. Other things, water surface is very important. Surface is include water, river, other water source. Water source or other things. Scores, give the scores, GIS expert and nuclear expert work together and result give to score. Fault is weight score, water surveys, river, lithology, rock or soil, density, slope. This table shows to us fault is very important for the radioactive waste storage selection criteria. Second important things, water surface. other river and lithology. Rock is not first things. Faults is first things, because Mersin include a lot of fault line. Result is clear. Aspect and elevation not very important for the Mersin nuclear plants storage. And all criteria. I want to not long presentation. Sorry, but I want to give sub criteria. For example, fault include a lot of classification, a lot of weighted score, aspect. I said your face turn to sun is a very big effect, sun effect. For example, salt and flat is other river distance is weight, different weight. Land use include a lot of weighted. For example, mine dump this arable land, this score. A little score is non-agriculture vegetation, for example. Now, result, exclusion area, study area. We have to select white area because include red area, include forest, city, river, other mask area. This is suitable and processing step convert the raster and we calculate the criteria area and this point value between 0 and 1 point, very low suitable, 0 near the 0, very high suitable near the 1 score, and we work and conclusion suitable index greater than this score and this area, this is the nuclear plants point. This is the nuclear point, and you don't choose this area. You don't choose this area. We must choose government. We must choose science collapse command. And I showed short video. This is
We're just northeast of Yamaki.
this is the Fujiyama is very important and famous plant. All nuclear material is very high risk. Some nuclear material low risk, and sometimes the waste collapsed land surveys, but it's a risk. It's a risk. Some people control the risk. Use a drone for problem. Use a drone for problem. I'm a drone trainer, and this is my hobby.
We're at a site, a nuclear waste storage site, where lots of black bags full of contaminated soil. And we have two of these units here, which are red mapper units. And we're going to use them, 2 people, try and map the site as quickly as we can. Hopefully we can do this in about half an hour. So let's see how we get on. So 2 people, 2 red mappers, 1 site survey in 31 minutes, 38 seconds. We're going to be doing 2 flights.
3-dimensional model with the UAS is a simple drone.
It's going to fly a predefined
For you,
waypoint
simple
system,
drone. It's
taking
not
photos along the way. And then we're
expensive.
going to merge all those photos together and use the overlaps between them to create a 3D model. Another great takeoff by Dean.
Connect drones block connect radiation measures equipment is a simple solving method.
Dean, this is amazing. Look how steady he is.
We will collecting radioactive data.
Completed a red
level-
mapping survey, 2
level
people,
four.
2 red mappers, and we've conducted a photogrammetry survey, which was 2 flights, each of 6 minutes. So in under an hour, we've done all the survey work we need.
6 minutes. The accuracy is very important. The accuracy is very important. Digital elevation is very good result. This is not just a 3-dimension and orthophoto. This is the submatter resolution radiation map. This is the high risk, or this is the low risk. Legend says to us. This is a simple. This results duration is 6 minutes. Is very important. This point is very a lot of says to us. This point is very important. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for my language skills. Thank you for.
Thank you very
attention.
much. So, dear colleagues, do you have any questions?
Okay.
No? No, I think no, but maybe we have. Oh, no, we don't have any questions in the chat also. So thank you very much, dear professor. So see you next time. And you're
I hope-
welcome in Moscow also.
I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
So, dear colleagues, we have a lunch break.
Работать, извините. Раз, заработало. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Moscow, Sanimo, Snowy Moscow, and so it's okay. It's okay. No, I think no.
This one, they made it official now. Otherwise, the consultant of your bank. The day break. They're supposed to be fast. They're not fast. You still know people there. Your classmates there, huh? No, they're senior now. No, for now, don't go to the guys.
Sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, afternoon again. Today we will speak about the contamination of contaminated soils. Everybody knows that during the normal operation of nuclear installations, it is important to contaminate soils because normal operation of installations is very easy and not produced contaminated soils. So all contaminations of soils are result of nuclear accidents, small incident or big accidents like you can see here in this presentation, in this slide. But for contamination of soils, we need to make radionuclides free from nuclear installation, and then they should be sedimented to the topsoils and contaminated as a result of aerosol formation or condensation of radionuclides on the atmospheric precipitations. You know that the two biggest nuclear accidents, it's Chernobyl NPP and Fukushima NPP. It is very big difference in these accidents and the consequences of these accidents, but both accidents are resulted to very big areas contaminated with radionuclides, mainly with cesium and strontium. To Fukushima, and more danger sedimentations was in Chernobyl because many contaminations was occurred jointly with transuranic radionuclides and hot particles. What we know about fundamentals of soil contaminations? We know that during the first period after accident, contaminations concentrated in the top layer of soils. Normally 1 or 3 centimeters of deep soils. And as a result of time and atmospheric precipitations, all contaminations can penetrate deeply to soils and contaminated the soils to the biggest distance from sun surface. And so the contamination depends on activity, initial activity of contaminations, its radionuclides composition, type of soils, nature of contaminations. Very important factor is pH of environment, because all contaminations are and the distribution of contaminations are a result of chemical reactions, and we will speak about later. So, what we know more about contamination of soils? Contaminated soil is a very complicated system, and as a result of this contaminations, all radionuclides can penetrate to the soil, like this one, and like this black particles. We can see the penetration. We can see.
We can't see the presentation online.
Sorry.
Mi nie możemy widzieć prezentację online.
I'm sorry. Sorry. What we can do? I don't know. Again. It's okay?
Da, спасибо.
Okay, let's go ahead. Like here in this photo, you can see small contaminations with heavy metals or aerosol contaminations. And these contaminations fixed into the top layer of soils as a result of many different chemical and physical forces. It's electrostatic attraction, ion exchange, specific sorptions, complexations, interactions with microbes, etc. And so, like on this slide, you can see that soil is a very complicated materials, and radionuclides presented in both inorganic and mineralic fractions, and interacts with soil surfaces during all period of time. And for contamination, we should understand how we can convert these contaminations to free form. And it is possible to use the next knowledge. Like what we should know about contaminations for proper choice of the contamination techniques. We know that contaminations are practically a result of three natures of interactions. The first, it's the hot particles. It's hot aerosols, practically the particles of fuel, spent fuel, or very hard mineral parts of radioactive contaminations. Next is the condensate, and the interactions of these hot particles is practically electrostatic interactions between soil surface and contaminations. Next part is a condensates of result of sedimentation of cesium strontium onto the atmospheric precipitations, and then they interact to the soil complexes and had established the special interactions with soil minerals. And then in penetrations of liquid radioactive wastes or materials through the soil surfaces. And the both cases, it's the condensates and the penetration of liquid radioactive waste, resulted in the soluble form of radionuclides, and we can remove it from the surface. Both methods, or segregation, radiometric segregation, or soil washing process. And in the next slides, we will speak about more detail, speak about the contamination methods. And we will segregate for few methods. Soft remediation methods, plowing, rotary harrowing, and so it is possible to apply it for the not to very highly contaminated areas, because in this case it is in situ methods, and we will not transfer radioactive contaminations from surface to the different areas, and so all contaminations are stay at this surface. Also, covering of the decontaminated parts can produce a reduction of the radioactive background of the surface, and but results. This method is practically a method of localization of contaminations only on surfaces. And next methods, it's sorting or soil washing. It is ex situ methods. It's connected with removing of contaminations directly from soil surface. And the next two methods, it's a phytoremediation biological methods, so microbes. It's in situ methods, not connected with transfer and removal of removing of contaminations from top soil surface. And next methods, this table was developed by our Japan colleagues after Fukushima accident, and they try to separate for different chemical methods or classify these methods by the contamination factors, because it's very important to which methods we can use for the contamination if we will need to reach the targeted decontamination factors. And for you see this is mainly and the more simple and easy method. It's a soil removal from surface, and treated it's for next methods for ex situ methods. And for these methods, it's possible to apply very different techniques. Like this this slide you see, it's idea. It's very easy. Just only remove all contamination from surface, and then transfer it to the special installations which will treat it for depending on nature of contamination, levels of contaminations, and chemical properties of soils. So it's very easy to remove soil surface, top soils from the surface, and just only collect it in the small containers or bags, and then transport it to the special installation. And the methods which we discussed before, it's a deep plunging. idea of this method, it's not really the contamination method. It's a method of fixation of radionuclides on the surface and to reduce specific activity, because in this case we can mix different layers of soil and to fix it in the top layer, but layer not too very deep. It's practically 10-15 centimeters. In this very special methods, in very special techniques, we can achieve practically 20 or 30 centimeters of deep soil. And so this methods very useful in the case if we have a short-lived radionuclides in contamination, because we can very quick treat the surface. And then we will store this contaminated layer onto the in the deep depth, practically 20 or 30 centimeters, and waiting for reducing of background on the soil surface. But in this territory, this area will not able to will not useful for agriculture application, because all radionuclides will be removed from the soil and transferred to grasses. Very useful methods for the contamination of soil, it's segregation. It's possible to apply very different methods for the segregation based on radiometry density or size of soil particles. Practically, idea is very easy and very simple to remove all the very high contaminations from the soil surface, from the all waste streams, and then we can treat only radioactive materials, and we will not need to treat big masses and big volumes of radioactive materials. Simplest methods of decontamination or soil segregation is segregation by radioactivity. This method was firstly developed in the United States many years ago for Sandia National Laboratory, and named segmented gate system. Idea is also very simple. It's possible. I will demonstrate on this slide. Main parts of this installation is detector assembly, and this detector established for control levels of radioactivity contaminated, and if the background of the soil will exceed the limits, established limits for the soil, this mechanism or belts will change this direction, and the contaminated parts will come to the red zone and accumulated like radioactive materials. If we will have not exceed limits of background, it will be a green line, and in this case, it's possible to use. You can see like it's applied really in the real experience in the Sandia National Laboratory, because this green parts of not contaminated soil, it was used for filling of big holes in the area where from radioactively contaminated soils was transferred. So it's very easy, and it's very good to use. It's possible to use secondary materials for, and we can now use it on site and not transfer for the big distances. And for big distance, we will transfer just only small parts of this contaminated soil, and it will be demonstrated that just you see initially it was contaminated volumes of soil. It was very high, and then it was reduced for few times by just only segregation by detectors. So it is very good and very simple method. And now this method is operated not only in the United States, but also developed by Nukem company of Rosatom, and applied now for Angarsk chemical combine for the contamination of uranium contaminated soils in big volumes, very big volumes of soils. Practically the same method was used for the contamination of soil for Bogunitsa NPP decommissioning project. Bogunitsa, it is a VVR type nuclear power plant located in Slovakia. And this NPP now under decommissioning, and it was accidental contamination of soil, no, not too high area, but and so because it was not too big amount of contaminated soil, so it was developed small installation of practically pilot installation for soil bell monitor installation, practically the same principle of decontamination. It is detector, and it is very important to note that for proper operation of this kind of chemical, of this kind of soil segregation, it's need to place it this layer of contaminated soils with only one thickness, because it's a very background of the soil, and contamination of soils very depend on the thickness of this mass of the soil. So this method is very useful and apply for different materials. It's the two methods was used by belts and mechanisms, but it's a very simple method, and so it's possible to use it just only with simple mechanism like this methods, sorting directly by mechanism. And in this case, it also set up. This installation also was established for Bogunitsa decommissioning project, and in this case, detectors was placed for this machine, and so it's more easiest methods for the contamination, but it's very difficult to correct measure because we have a very big thickness of metal materials. It's possible to make very big mistakes in the measurement. Next methods of the soil decontamination, it's soil washing process. This method firstly was developed practically 25 years ago, but based on the researches was produced by Belarusian scientists after Chernobyl accident, where it was demonstrated that finest particles of soil includes main contaminations. So, idea was to segregate small particles from the main masses of soil, contaminated soils, and so the small particles with size less than 5 microns. It was, and so if you can separate the small particles from the all other parts of soil, we can decontaminate this mass of the soil. And so it was this installation was developed for this is a result of researchers. You see the relative activity contents in the small particles of soils is practically less than from 5 to 50 millimeters of particles, size particles. And so this method was was developed for this slides also demonstrated this principle. And this installation was developed for the contamination of soil contaminated directly in Moscow on the Kurchatov Institute. You know, it's very old research institution, and trenches storage of radioactive waste on this territory, but because this territory is soil, sandy soils, so it was a very big problem to prevent migration of radionuclides from this storage facility, very old storage facility, which started from 40 years of 20th century. And so it was developed the special decontamination techniques which use this principle of segregation of soil by particles based on a few stages. And the main idea is soil came from the sieve for reduction of clean debris, because big debris is practically clean. And then it was reduced, removed small particles less than 10 millimeters in size. And the main idea is the segregation of small fine particles, because after disintegration, we can remove the small and very fine parts of contaminations. And after sedimentation with polymers, we can remove the small small particles to transfer it to radioactive waste contamination method, storage facility. And in this case, ratio between clean and the contaminated materials is practically 5. So the contamination factor is 5. And so it was reached very good economic factor, because its price for treatment of radioactive waste is very high, you know about, I think. And so this materials, this installation operated practically 7 years in Kurchatov research institutions, treated more than 10,000 cubic meters of contaminated sandy soils with the contamination factor of 5. Next generation of this installation were developed maybe 10 years ago, uses practically the same methods, but it was added with possibilities. You see it is a flow sheet diagram. After sedimentation of fine particles, it's possible to collect it and treat with cement matrix directly, and we can produce the final form ready to storage. Or it's possible to treat these materials with ultrasonic or with chemicals for with the main target to reach the higher decontamination factors. And this installation was operated also in our research institution в НИИНМ. It's all Russian Institute of Inorganic Materials of Bachvar Research Institution, there's the same name, and this operated directly with the soils from our research institution, because our institution's also very old and we had a problem with contamination of soils. And this installation operated both with materials contaminated from our territory, with very complicated contaminations, not only cesium, strontium, but uranium, transuranic materials, radionuclides, and so. And this installation also was tested with the soils received from Angarsk chemical combine for demonstration of possibilities to apply it for decontamination of the soils from uranium. And the next generation of this installation is possible to produce not only for like not mobile installation, but it's possible to apply very simple methods and very small dimensions of these installations, and it's possible to combine like mobile installation based on the normal trucks, like this photo. Next methods is chemical decontaminations. It's practically it's possible to combine with soil washing process, or it's possible to use it independently for contaminated soils. Main idea is treat the soil, contaminated soils, directly to the installation with application of chemical acids or mineral acids, or it's possible to use the electrolytes for remove of radionuclides from the soil mass. And in this case, we'll receive clean soil and recycling washing solutions. But if in the previous slides I demonstrated the soil washing process without chemical reagents, and in this case soil washing process, it's possible to remove decontaminated soils directly for top soil surface. Without treatment, it's like industrial waste. But in this case, for treatment of with chemicals, all clean soils will not possible to use for application directly to the soil surface. But this materials is really industrial waste, and it's possible to use just only industrial waste or just only materials for road construction, for example, because it is really not soil, it is materials after chemical treatment. So this materials has not soil structure. And it's possible to use, like here, you see, even on the slide, it's demonstrated that it's possible to use not only chemicals, but also surfactants is possible to use just to remove slightly fixed materials or non-fixed contamination on surface, so soil surface. If before we discussed ex situ methods of soil decontamination, but also it's possible to apply different methods of in situ decontamination. For this methods, we also use the same knowledge that we use in the same fundamentals which we used for first methods. And we know that it's possible to destroy of this complexes, surface complexes, or it's possible to destroy, to remove this radionuclides from the surface, which fixed on surface with like ion exchange methods. And for this purposes, it's possible to develop the different methods, like first of all is electrokinetic remediation method. In this case, it's possible to apply direct currents for organization of possibility to transfer of radionuclides to cathode, because you know that all radionuclides is metals, so it's cations, and so they after the application of current, it's possible to collect radionuclides into the cathode area, and then it's removed from the soils. But it is a very slow process. It's a very high electricity, a big amount of electricity, big voltage, and so it's possible. It is very difficult to organize the proper methods. Next method is methods of FET extraction. Really, this methods it's not apply for industrial amount scale, but a lot of publications now is in internet and in very serious magazines, and so we discuss also this method. Idea is very easy also. That's radionuclides or heavy metals like here can penetrate to the root of material, to this grasses. Normally it's not trees, it's grasses, because then metals or radionuclides after the leaching penetrated to the grass, and after grass will be cut and treated like radioactive contamination, radioactively contaminated materials. And it depends on the speed of cleaning of the surface. It depends on the exchange of radionuclides, exchangeability of radionuclides. It depends on the type of grasses and many other methods, dependence. And so materials will be accumulated into the top layer, into the grass mass, and after cutting will be removed. But the problem of this method, it's very slow penetration of radionuclides directly to plant. And in this case, it's need to apply many years of treatment for these methods. And this depends on bioconcentration factor and translocation factor. You see like here, it's bioconcentration factor is defined as the ratio of total concentration of element in the harvest plant to concentration of in the soil. So, but in many cases, this ratio is very small, and penetration is also not too high. So you see like this table for good for achieving of high decontamination factor, we need to spend many years of treatment of the surface. So this methods may be very interesting from the scientific point of view, but really it is not apply for big areas contaminated with after big accidents. And maybe last, sorry. And the last method of the contamination is bioremediation. It is application of special microbes for transfer, which it's possible to transfer radionuclides to the soluble form under the interaction with microbes. This is a very interesting methods. Really, it's applied for leaching of radio uranium materials from the soil, from the grounds, and but in this methods, it's also has not very wide application because it's very highly dependent on the temperature and the chemical abilities of soils. So this method is very interesting from the also scientific point of view, but it's not applied widely for soil decontamination. So I think it is last presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And I think it's possible to have a few questions if you have. No questions? I'm sorry, I'm not a biologist. No, I don't know. It's I know this many experience was with sunflower. You know that's, but because this plant has a very big mass and very wet mass, so maybe it's because it's possible to apply. But it is tested many plants, but I'm not specialist in this area. I'm sorry. And biomass, I see. Yes, you can use them, but be careful, very careful. So, not questions. Thank you very much for attention. I think you will have time for next presentation. You can relax after lunch.
So I think we can start just a moment. Okay. One, two, раз, раз, два, раз. Мгм. So let's start with the matrices first. It will be not very long, but the longest part will be about the effect of radiation. So just I would say brief introduction in the matrices for the immobilization of radioactive waste. We all know that nuclear energy is very green type of energy, and it's very sustainable. Yeah, that's we can make a forecast about the price of the electricity for a very long period of time. That means that our economy can be really sustainable, so we can predict the price for the energy, and it is very important for industry and for common life. But the problem of nuclear energy, of course, it's the production of radioactive waste. And we as scientists and people who are working on regulatory base for the radioactive waste management, we all working on the safe management of radioactive waste. And there are many operations actually when we are talking about the management of radioactive waste. It's started with the accumulation, pretreatment, treatment, and at the end of this management, we have conditioning that is, I would say, a combination of immobilization and packaging. So, and when we are talking about the immobilization, that means that we should convert our radioactive waste, our hazardous materials in some stable form that will be stable, not for infinite time. Yeah, we know that radioactive waste, the advantage of this type of waste that they're radioactive, they are decaying, and they have a final time when they're still hazardous. So after some certain period of time, we don't need to have a safe disposal of these materials, because they are not longer hazardous. They are like natural minerals, natural components. So that means that when we are talking about the safe operation of radioactive waste, that means that we set some period of time. During this period of time, we have to ensure the safety of our disposal or storage or whatever. And that means that one component, very important component of this safety barriers, of this safety assessment, is the correct choice of the waste form. That is, again, it should be very durable, stable, mechanically, etc. I think you've seen this concept about the multi-barrier system when we have our first barrier, the package, or not package, and matrix with our radioactive waste, our immobilized radioactive waste. Then there is a package maybe it's not correct picture because it's about the spent nuclear fuel, but the idea is the same. We have a matrix, very stable matrix. We have a package. We have a buffer material between the hosting rocks and our canister. And we have a very big layer of natural host rocks. And yeah, it's like a Russian doll when you have your radioactive waste inside and several barriers that will prevent the release of your radionuclide outside. And when we're talking about the radioactive waste and we're looking on nuclear fuel cycle, we produce radioactive waste everywhere, yeah, from the mining of uranium or till the end of the life of the nuclear fuel. Either if we are speaking about open nuclear fuel cycle, it is spent nuclear fuel that we should dispose, or it is if we are talking about the closed nuclear fuel cycle, then we are talking about the radioactive waste that are produced during the reprocessing of the spent nuclear fuel. So two types of the nuclear fuel cycle, but at every stage of either open or closed nuclear fuel cycle, we produce radioactive waste. So the amount of these materials are enormous. And there is one example that you've already seen, I think. It is a so-called Purex process when we reprocess our spent nuclear fuel with the aim to extract uranium and plutonium in the form either uranium nitrate or plutonium dioxide. The idea is that we can use these materials again in nuclear reactors, and we will produce energy again and again. And today we know in Russian Federation, for example, we have a strategy to increase the number of reactors with fast neutron spectrum, because in this case we can use depleted uranium as well. And economists told us that it will be much better. Also, fast neutron reactors, they will be able to transmute the long-lived minor actinides like americium, neptunium, and others. And thus, these types of the reactors, they are quite important for us for the development of the nuclear energy in general. So this one of the scheme, it is so-called hydrometallurgical scheme, because in this case we are working with the aqueous solutions and organic solutions, so it's always at normal temperature they are liquid, and after Purex process they raffinate. That means it is the aqueous solution from the first from the first cycle that contains a lot of the fusion products, and it is highly active aqueous solution, and then converted to the salts and into glass. And we will see it a bit later. But there is another approach when we are working not with aqueous or organic solutions, but we are working with the melted salts. So they are also liquids, but they are not liquid at normal temperatures. Yeah? It is high temperature reprocessing. We have to heat up our salts up to 400, 500 centigrades. And at these temperatures, this fluorides of alkaline metals, yeah, it's either lithium, mixture of lithium and potassium, or lithium, potassium, and sodium. So different mixtures are investigated now. And in this, what is good for this pyrochemical processing, that is called pyrochemical, that means at high temperatures, yeah, that we don't use water. Why it is advantage? Because water the radiolysis of water is the problem when we are working with the highly radioactive materials. And if we have spent nuclear fuel, that is really highly active material, if we don't store it for, I don't know, 3 to 7 years, and just take it as it is from the reactor, we cannot work with this material because water will be evaporated immediately when we will put, not immediately, but very fastly. We cannot work, we cannot even dissolve this material because water will be evaporated. So we have to store it for several years when the short-lived radionuclides will be decayed, and only after that we can work in aqueous solution with this material. But in the case of pyrochemical processing, we don't have water, and these chloride melts, they don't have such a active radiolysis. So they have really high radiation resistance. That means that we can work with the spent nuclear fuel that was stored not for, let's say, 5 or 7 years, but that's stored only for 1-2 years. And from economical point of view, of course, it is really a big advantage. You don't waste your time and money for storage of this material. You almost immediately, 1-2 years, it's not for us immediately, but for the technologists, it is quite fast processing. Sorry. So after 1-2 years, you already can work in this media with your spent nuclear fuel. But the problem that there is only few studies, not few, there are a big number of studies of how to treat this radioactive waste, but still, what is the final form of this chloride melts that contains fission products and other radioactive materials is not really understandable. So you've already had the lecture from Professor Ojervan about the classification of radioactive waste, the scheme proposed by IAEA and that is adopted in many countries. We can classify our radioactive waste either by aggregate state, gaseous, liquid, solid. And liquid we also can classify either it is inorganic or organic liquids, as well as solid radioactive waste. Can we combust them, or can we press it, or whatever, how we can deal with these materials. So there are many layers of classification, and this spent chloride tactics, they're quite problematic type of waste. Actually, there is no today technology, I mean industrial application of such tactics in radiochemical technology, I mean. So how the treatment of this waste is still under development. Sorry, a very bad time. So there are general requirements for the matrices of for radioactive waste. Of course, first of all, they should be stable chemically. Why? Because if we put our matrix, our container in environment, the worst scenario that can arise, that underground water will penetrate and it will dissolve our container, our matrix, and radionuclide will go out. So assuming this, we should prove that our material is very stable chemically. So then water will come, it will not dissolve like sugar, but will stay for quite a long period of time. Of course, nothing is stable for infinity, but infinite time, but for some certain period of time, these materials should be durable. Then we are talking about the radioactive waste, not a normal waste. That means that we have quite a lot of radiation, ionizing radiation, and different effects of this radiation. So the materials should be resistant to the action of ionizing radiation. What is under development now? This so-called long thermodynamic stability. What does it mean? Probably you know that in many cases we use either cements or glasses. I'm sorry. Sore throat. Just a moment. And today we are developing matrices that are so-called analogs of natural minerals. Just a moment, I need some. Yeah. So today we are developing so-called mineral-like compounds. For example, one of the mineral called zircon, it contains natural radionuclides of uranium and thorium and their decay products, and it is stable, so it has crystalline structure after 2 billions of years of existence. During this period of time, it accumulates those as high as those from the high-level radioactive waste for 2 billion years. That means that such compounds, they are stable for the very long time. Yeah. So, and the idea is to use the same structures, more or less, to incorporate radionuclides in the structure, and they will be stable thermodynamically for a very long time. There are some problems, we will discuss them. Of course, it is good if we have very dense material, so we will reduce the volume. Again, that means that we better use some like mineral-like structures. Then mechanical strength, why it is important? Because it is requirements for the transportation. If you have a transportation of your radioactive waste, and then there is some accident in the road, or I don't know, with airplane or whatever, and your container is dropped, the matrix should be stable enough not to decompose. So good thermal conductivity, it is specifically important for high-level waste that produce a lot of heat. And if you have bad thermal conductivity, that means that there is no dissipation of the heat, and your material will be heated to the very high temperatures, and it will be melted. So it's bad. It is bad. So good thermal conductivity is important, but only for high-level waste. Just a moment. For intermediate and low-level waste, it is good if we can mix, and not only for even for high-level waste. Sorry, again, this problem. If we can, if the viscosity will allow us to mix our mixture and distribute components homogeneously. Yeah, that's quite important. Because if you have, again, concentration of your radioactive material, that means that locally you'll produce a lot of heat, and locally it will be overheated and maybe melted or decomposed or whatever. So homogeneity is a very important parameter as well. Compatibility with the geological environment, again, if we have mineral-like structure, that means that from the thermodynamic point of view, we have very close chemical potentials of our materials, and that means that there is no gradient or let's say moving force of our radionuclides to be released. So that's why mineral-like structures, they are not very good from the long-term stability, but also they may be compatible with the environment. As always, for any technology, it is good if the technology is simple and safe, etc. Not always it's possible, but better to try to achieve this goal. Again, it is good if we can produce our matrix at low temperatures, like at room temperatures. Yeah? Low temperatures doesn't mean that we should freeze it. Low temperatures means the room temperature, so not very high than the room temperature. Because for these mineral-like structures, we have to heat them, or for glass production, we should heat our materials up to, let's say, 1000, 1300 centigrade. So it is high temperatures. But low temperatures, that means room temperature or 100 centigrades, it's still low temperature. Surprisingly, but it was discovered that some bacteria can live in radioactive waste storages, and they not only live there, they destroy the engineering safety barriers. That's why now we have this requirement that our materials should be resistant to biodegradation. Okay. So there are a list of most typical matrices. It is glass, ceramics, or mineral-like structures. It is glass composites and cements. It's not the full list of matrices because nowadays a lot of work devoted to polymer matrix for example, for spent resins in nuclear power plants or some other facilities. In former times, bitumen used as a matrix form. Of course, all of the materials, they have their advantages and disadvantages or limitations. And what is also important, it is the production of the secondary waste. For example, when we produce glasses, that means that we melt our components to high temperatures, like more than 1000 centigrades. And when we put aqueous solutions containing our high-level waste, there are quite a lot of gas production, and the system for purification of this of gases, they are quite important. It is a complex structure with many filters, different filters, with different scrubbers. So again, we generate secondary waste that further goes to the cementation, for example. Cementation is a very good method, but today it is used for either for low-level waste or intermediate-level waste. Today, from the regulatory point of view, we cannot use cements for high-level waste. I will show you why later. But actually, cements, it is very known technology. All our buildings are made from cements. Yeah. There are quite a lot of different studies about cements from the very, very long time. Not for radioactive waste, maybe, but we know a lot about the properties of different cement compositions. About the chemical resistance, about the mechanical properties, maybe, and many other properties. So cements are very convenient to use, but as I mentioned, today we cannot use it for high-level waste and for some problematic waste. For example, for organic materials, they are not very suitable. Glasses is the only technology that is used today for immobilization of high-level waste. I told you about the mineral-like structures, like ceramics, but today all these studies, they're only studies. So there are no practical application of the production of ceramics for radioactive waste immobilization. But from the fundamental point of view, mineral-like structures, they're very good because from the nature, they were invented by nature, let's say, to host these heavy metals, like actinides. Sorry. So, as I mentioned, glass matrices or vitrification process is the only method today that is used for high-level waste immobilization. And it is quite convenient method again. You melt it and you homogeneously distribute your components, and then you put your melt in the barrel, in the canister. So it sounds very easy, but actually there are quite a lot of problems with the new ovens for glasses. It should be operated 24 hours per day, every day, because if it stops, then it stops forever. You cannot use it anymore. So there are some technological, let's say, disadvantages or limitations, or sometimes even problems. But if you have a very good design of your melting system, let's say, then it is very convenient. Today, in many countries, borosilicate glass is the main candidate as a, let's say, main type of the glass to use for immobilization of high-level waste. But actually, the composition of the glass depends on what type of radioactive waste you are going to immobilize. For example, if you have a lot of aluminum in your waste from some specific processing facilities, in this case, borosilicate glass will not be suitable for such kind of waste. In this case, you will use probably alumophosphate glasses. So it is always a question of what is inside your radioactive waste. So glasses, they're very good. You can change the composition of glass depending on the composition of your radioactive waste that you want to immobilize. But if we are talking about this pyrochemical processing, when we have eutectic chlorides, then we have problems because glasses, they are not suitable at all to immobilize these chloride mixtures. So this is because of mainly because of low chloride solubility in the glass materials. So there are several approaches for immobilization of such waste, of this salt waste. It is either immobilization using chlorine containing, again, mineral-like waste forms. So it is glass ceramics. You have either chloropatite or sodalite or other chloride-containing minerals, and you melt them together with glass, so it's like grains in your glass. but it requires quite precise technology, because if your technology is not very well tuned, then these grains inside the glass will create the stress points, and your glass will be decomposed easily. So it is good technology, but only after when your process is very well tuned. Another approach is the dechlorination. So the problem is chloride. So you can dechlorinate the chloride salts. One of the approach is using phosphates, because ammonium chloride is volatile. So when you mix your chloride with the phosphate, the ammonium chloride will be released. So finally, we'll get phosphates instead of chlorides, and with phosphates you can create already aluminum phosphate or other iron phosphate or other phosphate glasses. So it is quite well known that with phosphates you can create the phosphate glass. So the problems with the vitrification, that again it is the high temperature process, and you have a melt of the glass, and you put the aqueous solution containing your high level waste on the top of this glass. So that means that on the upper layers you have a very intensive creation of the formation of gaseous products, and one of them is cesium chloride, that is highly volatile. So the volatility is at temperatures above 750 Celsius degrees, and you see that the temperatures of the glasses is much higher. So that means that probably you will have a lot of release of the cesium, and all your cesium that you actually wanted to put inside the glass will evaporate and go to the system for purification of gases. So again, one of the approach is to put all these chloride salts in the mineral-like structures, so that there will be no evaporation of the cesium. It will be directly incorporated in these mineral-like structures. One of them that is actually a very good structure is so-called potassium struvite, and the magnesium potassium phosphate matrix has the structure of this natural mineral, potassium struvite. So the production of this matrix is not very difficult. It is a low temperature process like cementation. You don't need to heat up your mixture. There are, of course, some features of the processes. For example, this magnesium oxide has to be prepared with some technology. It should be annealed at a certain temperature to have the specific structure on the surface. So there are some features. It's not a you cannot just take these components from your laboratory and prepare good matrix. You will prepare some matrix. It will be stable, maybe even good enough, but not. It will not meet the criteria for radioactive waste. So again, in every technology we have some features. Yeah. So, but again, from fundamental point of view, you have a low temperature process, and you produce a mineral-like structure without any heating. So even with this cesium chloride, there will be no evaporation because there is no heating, and all cesium must stored in this matrix. There is example of the glass ceramics matrix, and the problems with the formation of the crystallites inside the glass. So the problem with the glass is that it should stay amorphous. Only in amorphous state, the glass will be stable and have these properties that we really like. But but in glasses, we can have the formation of these granules, let's say, or crystallites that will create the stress points inside the glass. So finally, your glass will be like a powder, not like a monolith. So ceramic matrices, again, they have some advantages. They're very stable, and we can compare the volume of the radioactive waste that will create and everything. One of the approach was to use the clay minerals. So these minerals you've seen in barrier materials, and these minerals after annealing can be also be like mineral-like structure, like ceramic. So cement matrix, it's just a scheme how we produce, how the cement stone is formed during the hydration of the components of the cement. So initially you have just a powder of the cement, you mix it with water, and step by step the crystallohydrates are forming, and they have this interconnection, and finally you have like 3D structure, and your material become like monolith, very stable and good. So with the cements, again, I will not stop here for a very long time, because again, cement, the good point of the cement that they are used from the, let's say, ancient time, and there are quite a lot of information about the properties of the cement stone, depending on the composition of the cement, depending on the thermal and humidity conditions of the storage of the cement. So there are quite a lot of information. So actually we can use cements for almost everything, yeah, because you can mix with cement any kind of radioactive waste, almost any kind. Like you can put there some metallic parts, or I don't know, paper, coats, filters, whatever. And finally, you will get a good monolithic compound. In the past, bitumen matrices were used for quite a lot of applications, but today we know that it was not very good choice because bitumen is the organic containing compounds, and in contact with the radioactive matter, they degrade, and they can create explosives. So it's not very stable matrix from the long-term point of view. That's why there are some projects that are devoted to the recondition of this radioactive waste. So the point is to extract radioactive waste that are already immobilized in bitumen matrices. How to do it? That's the question for research work. There are several approaches that are proposed but again, there is, I would say, no industrial technology for this reconditioning. So there are several approaches. One is based on the aqueous treatment of these bitumen matrices to extract, let's say, radioactive components. And another is high temperature method. So that means that we melt these matrices, we burn them somehow with different processes again. It can be either pyrolysis or just combustion or plasma or pyropyrolysis, hydropyrolysis. So there are several, again, approaches that are proposed, but a lot of work, a lot of the pilot experiments are still in the future and are ongoing. And finally, yeah, if it will be possible, it is either the replace of bitumized matrices by glass or by cement or by this magnesium phosphate matrices. So this is all for matrices. And we will have a second lecture just in, let's say, 5-10 minutes, okay? Mhm. So let's try to continue again. Yeah, dear colleagues, let's start. So now about on radiation effects, on how they affect on the properties of the matrices and why. Again, it's the same picture. Let's go further. So what we should remember that when we are talking about the action of ionizing radiation, it is always an interaction with the electron shells, with the electrons of the atoms. And that's why there can be different consequences. Either it is ionization and excitation of the molecules or atoms, or if the energy of our particles are high enough, then we can see the displacement of atom. In this case, the alpha particles are the most, how to say, not dangerous, but the most intensively displacing types of radiation, because there is not only the alpha particle that interacts with other atoms, electrons, etc., but there is also a recoil atom that is even bigger than the alpha particle with a higher mass. The energy may be not so high, so the alpha particle has the energy of 5 mega electron volts as an example, and plutonium recoil atom in this case will have energy of around 100 kilo electron volts. So it seems like it is pretty low energy, but in fact it is not true, because the energy of the chemical bonds is just few electron volts. So the energy of the recoil atom is 1,000 times higher than the energy of any chemical bond. That means that when this very energetic, very heavy, very big particle will interact with our crystalline, or let's say solid material, it will result in many displacement of atoms. So again, yeah, if we are talking about the ionization or excitation, we are talking about the interaction of inelastic, or it can be elastic when like two balls interacting and they just change their momentum of movement, and but not lose this energy on excitation. But when we're talking about ionization radiation, it almost always inelastic interactions. So what are the radionuclides in nuclear waste? I would say almost all of them. Of course, depending on the half-life. If the half-life is very short, then there is no radionuclide in radioactive waste, in the radioactive matrix. If we will look on this radionuclide map, we will see that heavy metals or heavy elements, they are almost all have the alpha type of radiation, and so it's beyond the average charge of the nuclei, more than 90, let's say. And all the others radionuclides, there are a lot of them, but all of them, they emit either beta particles or gamma radiation. So the alpha radiation is important only for heavy elements. That means where we can have radioactive heavy elements only in spent nuclear fuel, yeah, or nuclear fuel, let's say, either spent or not. If we are not working with such kind of material, then we will not have them, and we are talking only about the beta emitters or gamma emitters. But yeah, and different radionuclides. You see there are plenty of examples, and we have not only radionuclides in the decay chain, but also it is the activation products. If we have a steel, that's just a construction material, normal steel, then we will produce the cobalt-60, or in cements, we will produce radioactive rare earth elements, or even alkaline radionuclides like sodium will be also activated. In graphite, there are different reactions where we produce either carbon-14 or chlorine-36 or other radionuclides. And another example is nickel. Or if we're talking about the zircaloy, it is the production of zirconium radionuclide with very long time, very long half-life, like a million years. The zirconium-93 has around 1.5 million years half-life. So quite a lot of radionuclides, not only just, okay, we know the composition of the spent nuclear fuel, and we work only with these radionuclides. No, actually, we have plenty of other products of activation by neutrons in the reactor, and we should remember about them. So just a brief reminder of how different kinds of radiation interact with the matter. We will start with the heavy charged particles. That means everything that has mass more than proton and heavier. And of course, in our case, we are more interested in alpha particles. So alpha particles quite heavy particles. They have mass around 7,000 times more than electron. And I remind you that all the interactions of ionizing radiation with matter, it's interactions with the electrons. And just imagine that you have a particle that is 7,000 times heavier than electron. Of course, such heavy particles will go like a straight line in the matter. That's why the track of alpha particles is the straight line. Only in very rare cases we can observe this scattering of alpha particles when alpha particle meets another nuclei. Then it's scattered. Yeah, but it is interesting that the most part of the ionization of by alpha particle is produced by the secondary so-called delta electrons. So it is secondary ionization, and the most part of the matter is ionized by these delta electrons. So actually we can see very thin core of the track of the alpha particles, very intensive ionization, and some, let's say, not scattering, but blurring of the central core due to the indirect ionization by the delta electrons. Also, the ionization of alpha particles is more efficient in lower energies, because if you have a very fast particle, it will have no time to interact with your electrons. That's why ionization will be not so intensive. But if the energy means the kinetic energy, yeah. So that's its velocity of your particle. If it moves not so fast, then it has enough time to interact with electron, to take this electron, to accumulate this electron. But then it becomes not a double charged particle. It takes one electron. Now it is only one time charged particle. And when it takes two electrons, yeah, then there is no alpha particles anymore. It's just the atom of helium. That's why the most intensive ionization of alpha particles is at the end of the range of the track. And that's why we know about this so-called break curve. And it's interesting that when we look on the flux of alpha particles at different distances, there's almost no loss in alpha particles before the total stopping of all alpha particles at once. Not at once, this difference around 3% of these distances, but it is quite small differences. So it's like 30, 50 microns in the solid matter. So 3% will be, let's say, 1 micron. It's almost nothing. Yeah, so that's why we can say that at this distance, before the maximum range of alpha particles, there is no loss of alpha particles, but then there is total loss of alpha particles. So interactions of beta radiation or electrons with matter. Electrons, quite light particles. They have only one charge, electric charge. And as far as, again, all the interactions, it's interactions with electrons, and electrons interacts with the same mass. That's why it's scattered quite efficiently. And if we will look on the average angle of the multi-scattering, we will see on this nice equation. But what is important for us, it is this term, this momentum of movement, because here it is the mass of the particle is included. And as far as mass of electron is very small, and we divide it by this mass, that means that this value will be very high. That's why the pattern of the beta particles, it is this broken path, and very often it is even the backscattered particles. And another important type of interaction of ionizing radiation, beta radiation with matter, it is so-called Bremsstrahlung. So that is called, that is originated from the German break-in and radiation. So it is radiation that is generated by the electrons that are moving in the matter because they lose their velocity. So they are moving with acceleration, with the negative acceleration, but still acceleration. And the intensity of this Bremsstrahlung is proportional to the squared acceleration. That means it is a reverse ratio with the squared mass. And again, the mass of electron is very small. That's why the intensity of this break-in radiation or stopping radiation is very intensive. Now, if we take them, just compare the intensity that produced by electrons and by alpha particles, remember that it is 7,000 times difference in mass of electrons and alpha particles. So if we squared it, then it will be not 7,000, but around 50 millionths time lower intensity of Bremsstrahlung for alpha particles than for electrons. That's why we can say that we neglect this break-in or stopping radiation from the alpha particles, and we only take into account this type of radiation only for light particles, means our electrons or beta radiation. And we can see that that these radiation losses, they're important mainly for beta particles with high energy, more than 1 mega electron volts. And actually, there are many, not many, but a list of radionuclide with the beta, the energy, maximum energy of beta particles more than 1 mega electron volt. So even for normal beta decay, we can produce this stopping radiation. And it is important when we calculate the shielding, for example, of our sources. Another not very important for us, but I should mention this type of radiation, it's Cherenkov radiation. It produces then the particle moves faster than the speed of light in this media. We remember that there is nothing that can move faster than light in vacuum, but when we go from vacuum to the media, everything changed. And for example, for water, this energy, this threshold of energy is around 270 kilo electron volts. And there is just a short list of radionuclides. It's not a full list, but just some examples that show you that just a natural, even natural radionuclide can produce this Cherenkov radiation, this illumination of the media due to the action of very fast electrons. And yeah, just a small feature that in this case it is illumination of not a particle that moves so fast, but the media irradiates the light. So it's like when airplane goes faster than the speed of sound, it is not not explosion, but burst of the airplane, but it is burst that is produced by the media itself. So the same is here. It's not the particles that emits the light, but it is media emits the light. And what is important for us also, it is attenuation of the flux of the beta particles. So at the very beginning of in the small distances, we can use the exponential law to calculate this attenuation factor. But at higher distances, as far as the spectrum of beta particle, it's not a discrete number, but it's even distributed energy. Then here, it is not exponential law, it is sum of many exponents, and thus in practice we use just empirical dependence of this attenuation factor on the distance. Yeah, and beta plus particles or positrons, they interact with matter very similar to electrons. It can ionize or excite media in the same way as electrons, but when it loses its energy totally, almost totally, then positron can interact with electron and annihilate. So it will produce two photons with the exact energy of 511 kilo electron volts that will go almost in opposite direction. So gamma radiation now, just briefly, again, it is, in this case, if alpha particles or beta particles can bring their charged types of radiation, so they are directly ionizing radiation. In the case of gamma radiation, gamma quantum doesn't have any charge. That's why it is indirectly ionizing radiation. So the charges are produced due to the action of the non-charged types of radiation. It has no mass, no charge, so that's why the penetration is more efficient than for alpha or beta particles. And there are three main mechanisms that we will look in. It is photoelectric effect, Compton scattering, and electron pair production. So what is the photoelectric effect? It is the total accumulation of the energy of gamma quantum by electron. And as far as the energy of this electron now is very high, so the energy of gamma quantum is more than 100, let's say, kilo electron volts. there is no enough binding energy of this electron with the nuclei, so it has very high energy. It cannot stop here anymore, and it cannot stay here anymore, and that's why it releases the atom or molecule. And what is the consequence is the production of vacancy on this electronic shell, and then it can go by two parallel process. Either it is emission of the characteristic X-ray, or it is emission of the Auger electrons. They are two parallel processes. But what is important here, again, the full energy and the total energy of gamma quanta will be absorbed by this electron. So there is no more gamma quantum, only electron that then interacts with matter as the beta particles. Yeah, the same, not absolutely the same. Compton scattering. In this case, not the full energy is absorbed by electron, just a part of this energy, but it is enough for electron to be released. Another part of energy is released as again electromagnetic wave, but with another energy, with lower energy than it was before. So in this case, again, we have a flux of electrons that interacts further as a normal electrons with matter, and part of the gamma or electromagnetic radiation that can be either absorbed by photoelectric effect or then scattered again by mechanisms of Compton scattering. And electron pair production, again, I always say that for me it's like a magic, because we had nothing here, just electromagnetic wave. But in the field of nuclei, this electromagnetic wave now becomes to particles, transforms to the matter. So for me, it's really like magic. Of course, it's not for all gamma quantum. Gamma quanta have to have a threshold energy that is equal of 2 masses of electrons. So it should be more than 1022 kilo electron volts. So only then the production of electron and positron pair can be accurate. If we will look on the dependence on the probability of this free process, we will see that photoelectric effect for like certain energy of gamma quanta, the probability of the photoelectric effect will increase with the increase of the charge of our nuclei. That means that, and again, remember that photoelectric effect, it is the total absorption of the energy of gamma quantum. No more gamma quantum. That's why it is good for shielding materials to have a heavier metals, heavy elements to absorb the gamma radiation. So that's the fundamental reason for that. And what is, let's say, for us bad when we are talking about the gamma radiation, that the flux will decrease with the distance by exponential law, and exponent is never zero, so it's only approximation as zero. That means that flux of gamma quantum will always have some value, and depending, of course, of thickness of absorber, it will be higher or lower, but it will never be zero. We can, decrease it to the background level, of course, but again, it will never be zero. So when we are talking about the absorption of the energy when we store our radioactive waste, we can say that actually all the energy released in radioactive materials, in radioactive matrix, will be absorbed in this matrix. Maybe not directly by the gamma radiation that is produced inside this canister, but it can be gamma radiation that is released by the neighboring canister. But they, as you see, they normally stand quite close to each other. That means that the radiation is absorbed somehow by pool or the total mass of these matrices. So if we are talking about the effects of radiation, we normally use two main units. It is absorbed dose. So we will not talk about the dosimetry, not today, not in this school. But so this is the fundamental unit value for dosimetry and for understanding of how much energy actually is absorbed by the matter. So it's just a simple definition. It is the total energy absorbed by the matter divided by the mass of this matter. And we use a special unit that is called Gray for this value. Another important value is the so-called chemical radiation yield, or very often you will see this abbreviation G value. And again, the definition is quite simple. It's just a number of molecules or atoms or radicals or some particles, let's say, that are formed or destroyed, depending on what we are looking, what we are investigating, for each part of the absorbed energy. So that means that very often we used the unit like some atoms or ions per 100 electron volts. This may be not understandable from these numbers, why 100 electron volts, but actually it is very convenient unit, because for every 100 electron volts, it is just a simple, not simple, small number of atoms, 1, 2, 1.5, something like this. So it's very convenient to use these numbers. It's not something like these numbers when you have to multiply it by magnitude of tens or very low levels or whatever. It's very convenient use, convenient units. But of course, you can recalculate it to standard units like mole per joule. So you can do it quite easy. So you know that in 1 mole it is this number of ions, this Avogadro number, and there is 1.6 to 10 to minus 19 electron joules in 1 electron volt. So you can recalculate one number to another very easily. But again, in articles, in research papers, you can see both numbers, either these ions or molecules or atoms or whatever per 100 electron volts, or this. But you should know that it is absolutely the same means, absolutely the same numbers if you recalculate them. So 1 gray, it is 1 joule per kilo. Is it a big number or not? So to demonstrate is it a big number or not, we can simply calculate the increase of temperature by absorption of this amount of dose. So even for water, the increase in temperature by 1 gray will be only this number, so less than 1,000 part of the centigrade. Very low. Actually, it's very low energy absorption of energy. So that's why normally when we speak about the radiation resistance, we are talking about the thousands or even millions of gray. or kilograys or megagrays. This is an example of the heat production of the by the radioactive waste. These numbers they are typical for high-level waste, depending on the concentration of the radionuclide in them, and very often in the documentation, you can see some restrictions on heat production. Why it is so? You can see from this simple simulation in this software, COMSOL Multiphysics, that if we take cement, it is a model of cement barrel of 200 liters. And if the heat production is only 100 watt per cubic meter, then the maximum temperature in the core will be not more than 42 centigrade, so quite low temperature. But if you increase the concentration of heat production radionuclide in your solution or in your matrix, then you can reach very high temperatures. Yeah. Inside, because cement is not very good for heat transfer. So the center of this barrel will be heated to very high temperatures. So that's why when we see and then when we set some limits for matrix for radioactive waste, that is why it is important to set some limit for heat production. You can calculate the heat production if you know the composition, radionuclide composition of your radioactive waste. Because for every radionuclide, you know the type of radiation, the energy of radiation, so you can easily calculate the production of energy per second and what is the joule per second. So you can calculate it quite easy. Then, due to the interaction of ionizing radiation with matter, we have not only the heat production or just ionizing, but we have a chemical degradation or transformation of our matter. Simple example with water shows us that it is not so simple, because even for water, we have quite a lot of parallel processes, quite a lot of different products of the water radiolysis. It's not the full list of the products. And why, again, it is important for us? Because in cements, we know that we put quite a lot of water in cement. And water, of course, will be degraded by or distracted by action of ionizing radiation. And just an example, you can find these G values or radiation chemical yield values for different products. Yeah? So you can calculate how much of, I don't know, hydrogen, for example, will be produced in your waste form after reaching some specific dose. Yeah, because it is, again, molecules per 100 electron volts. So if you know how many electron volts you have in your system, you can easily calculate how many molecules of, for example, hydrogen you will produce. So if you know the dose rate of inside your waste form, you can calculate the production of different components with time and accumulation of them inside your waste form or inside your barrel or canister or inside your storage. So that's why these investigations are quite important. Another process that can be realized in cements, it's the formation of the calcium peroxide from the calcium hydroxide, and by some models, it was calculated that this calcium peroxide can interact with the released hydrogen. Yeah. We will see the consequence of this a bit later. What else will be realized in cements? Due to the decrease of the water content, we will see the decrease of volume of the cement matrix. And due to this decrease, the porosity will also decrease with the accumulated dose. So it seems like it can be a good process for cements. But what can be not very good, it is the formation of the hydrogen. So hydrogen is the gas, and if you have a hermetic canister with your waste form and you produce a lot of hydrogen gas inside, that means that sooner or later the pressure inside the canister will be very high, and it can be just explode due to the just pressure accumulated inside the canister. But interesting thing that in some research works in our also, we observed some final or a limitation of the hydrogen production. So in the theory, this dependence should go like a straight line, but actually we see some limitation of the hydrogen production. One of the, there's another example of the limitation of the gas pressure or hydrogen release with the accumulated dose. So in many cases, it goes to the some stable value. And we and other researchers think that it can be due to the formation of calcium peroxide and interaction of hydrogen with this peroxide structure. So to prove it, of course, we have to do some research. What is interesting that the compressive strength, the mechanical properties, the mechanical stability of the cement is increasing with the increase of the absorbed dose. So again, we have lower porosity, higher mechanical stability, and also it's not only one research work. There are several research works dealing with that. There is no increase of mechanical stability, but at least there is no decrease in mechanical stability. Also, it may be not very representative, but we don't see changes in mineral composition up to a dose of 100 megagray inside the cements. Also, from this work, we observed the decrease of the leaching of the radionuclides from the cements after irradiation. So that means that, again, we decrease the porosity. That means that there is a lower free space or free volume that can interact with water and radionuclides that can be released. So this very interesting result and maybe promising. So maybe at some point we can use cements as a matrix for high-level waste. Of course, there are still a lot of work to prove that it can be done, but maybe at some point we will prove it. Another example, it is a mineral-like compounds. And one example is monazite structure. So it's a phosphate ceramic of rare earth metals. And here, these graphics, they show us the critical displacement of atoms dependent on the temperature of the material. So what does it mean? It means that if we heat our matrix, we need to bring more ionizing radiation to destroy this matrix. Why it is so? Because we have a movement of atoms inside our structure. Here we have displacement, but we have quite a huge thermal movement of atoms. It can go back, or this vacancy can be replaced by other atom, and the structure will be again like a fresh structure again. So that's why it is true for these crystalline structures, not for glasses. So again, if we increase the temperature, then our structure is more stable it's more radiation stable, radiolytically stable. So these graphics show you which structure or mineral or size of the mineral is more stable. The lower the temperature you need for higher critical displacement, the more stable your matrix. There is an example of this monazite structure. In this case, it is phosphate of europium, just europium, not all the rare elements. And this europium phosphate is not purified, but so some plutonium incorporated in this structure. So it's around 5 mass percentage of plutonium-238. So it is relatively short half-life of for the plutonium, and it was produced in 2003. So now it is already 20 years. But these experiments were done 2 or 3 years ago. So what is interesting, during this just storage in lab conditions, this let's say mineral, not mineral, this compound, first of all, it is very nice crystal structure of this compound was in the beginning. So it is really like monocrystal of this europium phosphate. But during storage, you can see the formation of, let's say, flakes on the surface of this monazite. And it was interesting to see what are these products of the radioactive damage, radiation damage of this phosphate. So first of all, researchers checked the crystallinity of this material, and it was shown that the crystal structure remained, so it is still crystalline even after 12 years of storage. So the dose is very high. Then it was checked with Raman spectroscopy, and it was seen that these flakes, they are the same composition as the bulk material. Yeah, there are some distortions, but the main groups are the same. So this few of these flakes, they were taken for transmission electron microscopy investigation. It was seen some, maybe not very clear here, but there are some helium bubbles. So that means that it's alpha particles, that becomes helium. And that was even more interesting, that the structure of these flakes was the same as the bulk material. So it was also europium phosphate, but what was the difference? So you see this bulk mineral, with this let's say distortions, breaks, cracks, and many investigation of this material. You see these cracks, and there's no result. Okay, But finally, these flakes were just pure europium phosphate without plutonium. But it was hydrated form of the europium phosphate. So it was not a monoxide structure, it was a rhabdophane structure. So it's also phosphate of europium, but just a bit, it was hydrated structure. So the only difference, but without plutonium. So that was quite interesting to see. So, but what is, again, very important point here, that even if we see that the bulk compound is still crystalline, yeah, you can see a lot of cracks on the surface of this material. That means that if water will interact with such material, the higher leaching rate can be observed of this material. Very often, for crystalline materials, we can see the loss of this fine crystalline structure, and with the increase of the dose rate, let's say, or absorbed dose, we can see the amorphization of structure. What means amorphization? That your nice crystal become now, let's say, like a powder. And again, the leaching rate of the radionuclides will increase. So if in the case of the glasses, the crystallization was bad for the properties of the glass, because glass should be amorphous. Crystalline particles are bad for glasses. Here it's another picture. Crystal structures should be crystal, not amorphous. So again, such interesting properties of the materials, depending on what you take in the beginning. So again, you can see this stability of different materials, and again, the leaching rate of radionuclides. So this white bars, it is amorphous state of the same mineral, and these dark bars, it is a leaching rate for crystalline state of the same mineral. You can see that amorphous materials, they have one order or even two orders of magnitude higher leaching rate of radionuclides. So amorphization for crystalline materials is bad from the point of view of the chemical stability, not just the mechanical or structural stability. Another example, now it is glass that was produced also in the group of Professor Burukov in Radium Institute in St. Petersburg. They synthesized this borosilicate glass with half weight % of, again, plutonium-238. You can see this self-luminescence of this glass. So just a photo taken in the dark of this glass. You can see this nice luminescence. There was even an idea that you can use it for, I don't know, emergency lights when there's no electric power, but you will see this, I don't know, signs for evacuation pathways. But yeah, fortunately, they don't use it. And the same glass, so the same composition, just another piece of this glass that was leached at high temperature. Why they leached it at high temperature? Because there are calculations that say that during the deep underground disposal of high-level waste, the temperature around this storage can be as high as 200 Celsius degrees. But of course, it's also because of the water will be liquid because of the pressure. But at normal conditions, you cannot take 200 Celsius degrees only in autoclave, for example. But they use just normal conditions at 90 Celsius degrees, and you can see the big difference on the surface of glass. They investigated this flakes again on the surface of glass, and they found that main component, it was fluorine containing particles, because they make these experiments in the Teflon vessels. Some fluorides went to the aqueous solution, and as far as it is borosilicate glass, silicon efficiently dissolved by this fluoride. So also quite interesting how to make a proper experimental conditions. And again, the formation of crystalline particles due to the different mechanisms. One of the main mechanisms is the diffusion. So glass is not a solid state, yeah, it's amorphous state, and diffusion of different ions inside the glass is not limited. So there is a diffusion of different elements, and these components can diffuse and form their own phases that were absent in the beginning, but they formed due to the storage of the glass, and they form these crystallites that may become stress points for glass, and the glass will be destroyed. There is different effects of light particles and heavy particles inside the solid matter. So for light particles or light ions, they produce normally few, let's say, the ionization density is low if we compare it with heavy ion. So heavy ion, again, for us, it's just alpha particle. And for alpha particle, the density of this ionization will be much higher. And this ionization and interaction with atoms will create our cascade of the displacement. So it is primary displaced atom or knock-on atom or knockout atom. And then this atom can have also energy enough to knock out another atom. So it will be secondary knockout atoms. So it will be cascades of this displacement that at some point will stop, of course, and the energy is not infinite, and structure will relaxate somehow. There will be formation of the vacancies, of different type of vacancies. The easiest or simplest one is so-called Frankel pair. When you have a displacement of atom, you have now here the vacancy and the interstitial atom inside the crystal structure. So here you have a hole, let's say, and here you have an extra atom. And due to the relaxation of structure, these defects, they can migrate by different pathways, and they can form either the shape of loops, or they can stack together, find each other, let's say, and form some voids or big holes, like these helium bubbles inside the structure, for example. And of course, these different types of effects, they will have different results on the mechanical properties, on the chemical stability of the matrices. So how we can investigate this effect of irradiation by different particles? So very often we use external methods because it is the easiest way. You can have electron accelerators that can produce also electromagnetic, let's say, radiation, gamma radiation. Or you can have heavy particle accelerators to imitate the action of the recoil nuclei on the structure of your material. Internal radiation, of course, is more close to the real situation, yeah, because in this case, you have non-active material, and you put here some particles. They penetrate only in some thin layer, and yeah, the effects will be maybe not so so typical when you have radioactive waste inside your material, yeah, and you have a destruction of your material from the inside. That's why internal irradiation, when you put some radioactive materials inside your matrix, of course it is more preferable, but it will take quite a lot of time. For these experiments, you can either use short-lived alpha-emitting radionuclides like curium-244, plutonium-238, or americium, not already so good. But yeah, there are some only very few choices or possibilities, and you will have to wait several years to accumulate the dose that is regulated for matrices. For high-level waste, you have to reach the dose as high as 10 to 19 alpha particles per cubic centimeter. So it's quite a lot of alpha particles emitted in the cubic centimeter. So you will wait for 1, 2, maybe years when such dose will be accumulated. Of course, when you use external radiation, you can create very intensive fluxes of your particles. But again, what the problem with the external studies, that you will have only limited thickness of the layer that will be irradiated. This thickness will depend on the energy, of course, of your particles, but also will depend on the mass of your particles. So, yeah, there are some limitations, but you can create very high doses in much shorter time. For, I don't know, few hours, you can create very high doses. Very interesting. Today, there are several equipment in different countries, in UK, in USA, in different countries, where you can combine the irradiation, external radiation, by different sources. For example, you can have sources of heavy ions and the alpha particles in the same time. So why it is important? Because again, during the alpha decay, you have both alpha particles and the heavy ions. So if you will use only one type of radiation, it will be not so clear if the same processes will take place in your real waste form. So you can look on the website of these institutes to find out what type of accelerator they have, if you are interested. And today, of course, as far as theoretical calculations are developing very fastly. We, of course, use also modeling of formation of such defects. We can model, for example, this monocyte structure. In this case, we can use different array of elements. We put the plutonium. We distribute plutonium statistically somehow. And then we have specific potentials, so electrostatic potentials of interaction between different atoms, metals and oxygen. And then we can model the effect of, for example, alpha particle that goes through the structure of the monocyte. So you've seen this trajectory of alpha particles and the relaxation of the structure after that. So finally, what we are looking for, it's the number of the defects, different defects in the already relaxed structure. So you see that it's not the same as the initial structure. There are some defects, and we can calculate the number of these defects depending on the composition of the crystal structure, on the energy of alpha particle, on the temperature, etc., etc. But today, so these potentials, interatomic potentials, they they are fitted to each other because we know the real structure of this mineral, and we fit these potentials that our modeled structure is the same as the known structure. But so it's a special fitting procedure. But today, our colleagues, they use neural networks or machine learning to predict these interatomic potentials, not by fitting procedure to the real mineral, because we not always know the real structure of our mineral, or in this case, it was intermetallic alloys. So in this case, they use this potential, interatomic potential, to calculate the energy, let's say, defects on the grain boundaries. It is important when we are talking about the steel that is working inside the reactor, how the mechanical properties will change with the accumulation of the absorbed dose. And this is for results of the calculation. It's just an example of how the predicted structure, it's not the number of defects, it's just the predicted structure, this black points, compared to the real structure. So in this paper, they synthesized the monocrystals of the European monazite with different content of plutonium, and they compared the predicted crystal structure with the experimental ones. So that means that these calculations or modeling, they work quite well. But what is the next step? It is so-called generative models. What does it mean? These models can, so normally what people who made calculations, what they can do, you can give them the chemical composition, and they can predict mechanical stability or chemical stability of this compound. But what if we want to find the optimum chemical composition with the known properties? For example, I want that my material will have this compression strength. Please tell me what composition of the material I should take. So, and they make this model again with the neural networks. They made a, not calculation, but they made automatic search for the composition of materials with the highest mechanical strength. And it was interesting that their model find the already known materials, so the composition of already known materials with the very high mechanical stability, and predicted some another new materials that can be synthesized. So, and I don't remember did they check it or not, but it's quite interesting. And what they're doing now, for example, again, use of machine learning for predicting the composition, again, composition of the material with the defined properties. For example, I want to have material with the lowest leaching of, cesium, strontium, or whatever, but crystal structure, not the amorphous one, crystal structure. What we did, they took the known structures from the database, so it is open database. They make a transformation of the known X-ray data, X-ray diffraction parameters, to some vectors, chemical vectors, and they train neural networks using these vectors, and they make some, let's say, search of how the structure, how different structural components affect on the property of this compound. And then they can say, for example, I want this property, just in simple words, and the model can say them the composition of the material with this property. So it's quite promising research work. Now, for example, we are working with them on the matrices for construction materials, for zirconium waste, as one example, and I think that it will be quite interesting work. So I think it is, all for this lecture. Thank you all. We are exactly on time. Yeah, surprisingly. If you have any questions, if not, you're exhausted, we can talk during the coffee break. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Hello. I have a question.
Yeah.
My question
Yeah.
goes to when you are storing the material, why do you have to heat when it is on the storage? Let's say I don't understand or if we have to store the material, maybe the high level waste. Why do you have to
because it's not possible to extract 100% of the actinides. You will always have some, I don't know, 0.1 or 0.1% of the actinides inside your high-level waste. So because it is from fundamental point of view impossible to extract 100%. So that's why it is important to have a stable matrix for this specific type of waste for a very long time. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So if there is no more question, I would say that we finish for today. So, and see you tomorrow.